All right. We're gonna double check all the settings real quick. Music B is going good. Excellent. Love to see that. Love seeing music. The upside view that I also oh, I see. There we go. Excellent. Just a little bit cleaner. Okay. Let me go ahead and take like a sip of my energy drink before I go into this proper. Ah, it's mango flavor. All right. Crunchy, 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 crunch. All right. Time to mix drinks and change lives. Time to info dump and turn people away. Time to info dump and make friends. Time to info dump and make friends. Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. That's what we want. That's what we want. Hey there, heroes. My name is Hero Girl. I'm your friendly local neighborhood hero tuber, and this is my belated birthday bash. This is day 3. And today we're actually going to do something a little more off the beaten path. Monday was just, you know, getting a feel for how the day would work out. Tuesday was just killing some time and then hanging out with friends. Before I actually ended the stream an hour early because I forgot that I still have to afford groceries. Although next time I will make sure to like completely stock up on absolutely everything, and then I can actually go to a smaller local store as opposed to a store I have to drive out to. But it's actually really important that we drive out to Costco to do our shopping because I wanted to pick up a new fan. We have one fan that we got from them already that we set up, and it's very good. It's just like one of those tall rotating fans, and it has saved our bacon so much whenever it gets hot. But the downside is we have to constantly like unplug it and then replug it into the other room whenever we wake up and move. So we just got a second one. So that way we can have one in the family room, one in the bedroom. We can have them both running to circulate air. and we don't have to deal with the additional friction of unplugging and replugging and having to move them every time that we change locations. So that's taken care of. Today's activity is one that I've been wanting to do for a while now. I remember watching Jaden Animations doing a tier list of all of her favorites and just talking about stuff, and I was like, you know what? I kind of want to do that too. I kind of want to do that. I used to be a huge Pokemon fan, but then around, I want to say, in the middle of Generation 6, I fell off because I just didn't enjoy what was going on as oh no, wait, not Gen 6, although kind of Gen 6. It was like Gen 6, Gen 7. It was literally 6, 7. Kella, thank you so much for the lurk redeem. Thank you. But yeah, somewhere around Generation 6 and 7, I fell off, and I haven't been as into Pokemon as I used to be. Now, that being said, I did play Generation 9. Generation 10 is, I want to say, about a year out or so. And since we're doing special event stuff, this seems like a good time to actually, like, follow through on some of the things that I've always been like, you know what? This is kind of neat. I just want to do something like this. This is a good reminder that I am not someone who can stream full-time. I don't have the focus or the audience for something like that yet. I'm going to keep streaming like just part-time, just my 10 to 12 hours a week. But it's still great. I still enjoy streaming. But the special events, this is when I can do the heavy streaming. This is when I can do like my special project stuff. And I am going to make an effort this year for my streamer anniversary in, I want to say July. Yeah, in July. I'm going to have some more event style stuff set up to make it a little less, business as usual, and a little bit more, you know what? No, let's actually celebrate the best of Hero Girl, because that's what this is supposed to be about. So, like, birthdays and anniversaries are all great. I'm going to go over the tiers that I have set up here. These tiers are not immutable. I'm probably going to make some adjustments as we go through the day. I've already added in a couple more categories than I thought I was going to end up starting with. Absolute favorites should be... Actually, hold on. I don't have, like, my... Yeah, hold on. Let me add my cursor tracking. So that way everyone can follow along. Do I need to do that? No. Actually, you know what? No, I'll decide. I'll change my mind later. But here at the top, we have absolute favorites. That should be self-explanatory. These are my goats. Anytime that I say I love Pokemon, these are the Pokemon that I'm thinking about. These are the ones that I would I would buy plushies of them. I would like fan art of them. I will save fan art of them. I will share them. If I am in my Discord, if anyone has like art that they want to post of these Pokemon, these are the ones that I wouldn't mind being tagged for. Just to be like, ah, yeah, there they are. And, I'm really hoping that we're able to get through at least Gen 5. For the exact reason, because, actually, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and grab them, like, right now. There's my tier list. I can do right now. Where? You know who, if you're a longtime fan, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Oh no! I can't scroll up while I... No! Let me scroll up. Hold on. I'm gonna double mouse this. Because my ergonomic mouse is shit when it comes to the scroll. Oh. There we go. So, like, absolute favorites. That's Volcarona right here. Volcarona is my bug baby. I love Volcarona. Volcarona is... If had a signature Pokemon, right? If I was Cynthia with a Garchomp, then I would be Hero Girl with a Volcarona. It's honestly a shame that I never actually fought the Alder, I think is that what his name is. He's the champion of the Unova League from Gen 5 Black and White. It's a shame I never actually went back and fought him for real, because I did, for the longest time I didn't realize he had a Volcarona. Volcarona, it's everything I ever wanted from a Pokemon. It's a bug type, and bug is my favorite Pokemon type. I love bug type Pokemon, but I also love fire type Pokemon. So first of all, this is already a bug and fire type Pokemon, and you might be like, "Oh, hey, Hero, do you like that that little centipede thing?" No, I don't like the centipede thing that is also a bug and fire type, because I do not like centipedes. I do not like centipedes or millipedes. Either of those. I think they're disgusting. But I do love moths and butterflies. In fact, I'm just gonna go ahead and grab them now. I love Butterfree too. So I fell in love with Butterfree really early on because it was a butterfly, and then I saw Bye Bye Butterfree, and like it was sealed for life. And then 4 generations later, I get Volcarona, who, like Butterfree, is based on a bug that I already love. And it's a bug fire. And it's also a not quite pseudo-legend, I think. It has to be a pseudo-legend, right? Larvesta doesn't evolve into Volcarona until level 55. So I'm pretty sure it counts as pseudo-legend. I love pseudo legends. In fact, let me go ahead and do the same thing. I'm just sniping some as examples here. Just kind of be like a template for Pokemon that I love. I love Tyranitar, and that's because I loved Godzilla when I was a kid. Tyranitar's kind of like Godzilla. And also, it reminds me of the Dragonzord from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. So, like, I've already sniped, like, 3 of my absolute favorites. I'm going to actually go through these, like, Pokemon by Pokemon. But I wanted to get, like, these 3 up there just kind of as a, I'm talking about Volcarona and how much I love Volcarona. And how these 2 are other Pokemon that I really love. I love them so much, chat. I would play with them all the time if I could, and I often do. Team regulars, these are going to be Pokemon that I don't love as much. I like them. I use them quite a bit. They're always going to make my teams whenever I'm playing through on casuals. Maybe I'll try and go out of my way for them when if I'm doing a Nuzlocke, kind of like when I was doing my Heart Gold Nuzlocke. But basically, they're Pokemon that I just like them. They're not like, I would collect plushies of them the way that I would with the other 3. But I would absolutely play with them in any capacity. Nepotism. This is the tier for Pokemon that I like purely because I associate them with their evolved forms that are going to be in the tiers above this, or because I have other positive associations with them. It might be because of the show, it might be because they were favorite Pokemon of people that I knew and liked, just something like that. The cool design is self-explanatory. This is a Pokemon that I might not necessarily like, but I do really like how it looks. I might not even know anything about the Pokemon itself. Like, it might be a regional form I'm unfamiliar with, but I'll be like, hey, you know what? Cool hat. Neutral tier. This is just, again, this is as it says on the tin. This is the Pokemon that I just don't have any strong feelings for one way or the other. Actually, do not like. I don't know how many Pokemon are going to be in here. I feel like the bulk of Pokemon are going to be in neutral. But for any ones that I actually do not like, it could be for anything. It could just be, it can be for design. It can be because I think they're garbage in terms of like playability, or I don't like how they play, or because I found them particularly egregious when during the few times I've tried to get into Showdown. And then, just to be fair to the generations that I was not involved with, the fuck are you? The fuck are you? I skipped Gen 8 entirely. I skipped Sword and Shield. I am not familiar with most of those Pokemon. A lot of those Pokemon that were introduced in Sword and Shield and then found their way being ported into Scarlet and Violet on launch, I thought those were original Gen 9 Pokemon. For, like, actual for real. So I think Corviknight is one of them. I thought Corviknight was a Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it turns out it's actually a Sword and Shield Pokemon. The Ice Moth, that whatever that one's called, that one is very similar. No, that one I knew was a Sword and Shield, but like it was imported into Gen 9. So if I didn't know any better, I could have mistaken that as a Gen 9 Pokemon. So then, let's get started, shall we? Now, according to Fran, if I want a tier list, every Pokemon, I need to be doing like 4 a minute, and we're already 15 minutes into stream, so that's already like 60 Pokemon that I was supposed to have dug through. Except I know if I end up rushing it, I'm not gonna feel good about it. I want time to talk about my babies. I talked about Volcarona. I talked about Butterfree. I love Butterfree. I love Sleep Powder Butterfree. I love that Butterfree got compound eyes. I love the different spore statuses. I love that you get it so early in the game. I love Tyranitar. I love Pseudo Legends, but I always hated how much grinding it took to get them to that final form, and how if you just like played the game normally, you almost never got them to that final form in time to enjoy them for the Elite Four. So what I started doing with some of my playthroughs, if I was just going through and I was doing another playthrough of Pokemon Heart Gold or Pokemon Black or whatever, I would trade an egg to myself, an egg of a baby Pseudo Legend, and I would treat that Pseudo Legend as my starter. So I had a playthrough of Black and White where I wanted to go through and I just wanted to use all bug types. I gave myself a Larvesta egg, and I hatched that egg in my playthrough, so that way I was the original trainer, so it would obey me without having to use any badges. I had it and I used it, and it was so fed of XP that I got to use the fully evolved version in the climax of the battle. And that was just kind of how I really liked playing. And then anytime that I tried to build teams on Showdown, I always tried to use a combination of Volcarona and Tyranitar and some other Pokemon that we'll talk about later. So for me, these are two of my goats. And then I really do kind of want to go into Sword and Shield, because if I do go into Sword and Shield, I know exactly what I'm going to do for that team too. Anyway, so we can do this by like whole lines, right? Like this Bulbasaur line has 5 different Pokemon, and I don't know, like this is Mega Venusaur, G Max Venusaur. I know what these are, so I don't want to put them into the fuck are you, but it's like, I don't know. I don't have any particularly strong feelings about those. Venusaur gets to be on team regulars. Anytime that I was going through Fire Red or Leaf Green, or the original gen, I was picking Venusaur because it made the first 2 gems so much easier. And I know that's like standard Nuzlocke and stuff, but back then I was just concerned with getting through those first 2 gems. So that way the Pokemon I really liked, good old Charizard, yeah, good old Charizard would actually listen to me. So then we are once again going nepotism, and I'm gonna try and like have a I'm gonna try and keep an order to these two, so that way within each tier, I have a rough idea of where on that tier the Pokemon is. Nothing's gonna overthrow Volcarona, I can tell you right now. You know what, I kind of... Yeah, that's more or less how I feel about like G-Max Charizard. I think the design is cool at least. Actually, you know what? I'll put Mega Venusaur up there too. I'll be swapping these around as we go. That's fine. Like the whole Blastoise line. I actually kind of really love the Mega Evolution of Blastoise. Blastoise was also a team regular. The G-Max is whatever. And then actually, you know what? I do like Squirtle kind of a bit, in part because of the Squirtle Squad episode of Pokemon. Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, the Squirtle Shades Pokemon episode was always just like fantastic. Let's see, Caterpie and Metapod also get in on there because of the nepotism from Butterfree. Oh god, G-Max Butterfree. So here's the thing, right? I don't know how I should count this because I have not actually played Sword and Shield, but it's also Butterfree, and I love that Butterfree gets a G-Max with those huge ass wings. I gotta put it in absolute favorites. I ever get to play Sword and Shield, I guarantee you I'm going to be Dynamaxing Butterfree into a G-Max form. Absolutely guaranteed. Let's see. I mean, that got the Beedrill line. Honestly, I'm gonna put Beedrill into team regulars. I like Beedrill. I like bees. I like I still love bug type Pokemon. I love Mega Beedrill. I love the Mega Bugs. Most of the Mega Bugs are going to end up going into like absolute favorites. I would love an action figure of Mega Beedrill, unironically. Love that. We got the Pidgeot line. I think Pidgeot goes into cool designs. Pidgeot goes into team regular. Then we've got... I'm actually kind of like mid on Pidgey and Pidgeotto, but like I like Pidgey and Pidgeotto a lot more. I'm also like a lot more G-Max. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put Pidgey up here. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think Pidgey is just like really cute. Not like cool design at least, but like genuinely I think it's cute. Like up here to be in part of the nepotism team. Kind of the same with Rattata. It's there for the memes. What's the Ashield Rat? Then we got Raticate. Raticate gets go what? Here? Yeah. I guess adding in like where they are on the tier will add a little bit more time. But it adds a little bit to the conversation, so that's fine. Spearow is... whatever. Yeah, kind of the same with Fearow. See, this is where I'm saying that like neutral is just going to end up being one of the bigger ones. Ekans and Arbok get in on the nepotism. Because I have the association with Pokemon and Team Rocket. Pikachu. Big ol' mascot Pikachu. You are absolutely a Nepo baby. And in terms of like Nepo babies, you're not quite on the same level as the original Kanto starters. But you're definitely not surpassing Raichu. Raichu is the favorite of a friend of mine who passed away. And I remember she was always really sad and upset that Pikachu never evolved. G-Max Pikachu, that one's whatever. This is the X and Y Megas that just came out, right? These are odd. I'm not a fan of this design. Alolan Raichu, I am somewhat familiar with, but also kind of neutral on that. I think I'm gonna end up playing pretty loose with where they're placed on here. Maybe I'll just like add on. We'll see. We'll see how I feel about it. Sandshrew, that's kind of whatever. Same with the lone forms. Nidoqueen and Nidoking, though, those go up to Team Regular. Yeah. I thought that these designs were really cool. And I still think that. I don't really care for the fact that they are Moonstone evolutions, which means that you have to play with the Nidoran line before you actually get a chance to like play with the cool evolutions. Like you want to get all their level up. If you got to get all their level up moves before you evolve them, because then they just like don't. But then again, they're really good TM users. IDK. I'm kind of like mid on these ones. Clefairy's cute, but like not especially so. Kind of the same with Clefable. And the fuck is this? I actually don't know what this is. Is this like Mega Clefable? I actually don't know. I actually do not know. Vulpix can go into nepotism. Oh, this thing's filling up hugely already. We already knew this was going to be coming. You know what? I kind of it's the weird thing. I did not really play through and use any of the regional variants when I was playing Pokemon Sun and Moon, but I am using Alolan Ninetales whenever I play Pokemon Unite. So there is that. And I also just have the association with Ninetales being an evolution of Brock's Vulpix. So again, it's got that association. Unfortunately, that association is not enough to save Jigglypuff or Wiggly. Ooh. So this is going to be great. So actually, I'm going to put Zubat and Golbat up here. Zubat, weirdly enough, being on Team Regulars, because it was always the first Pokemon that I got. So that by the time that it evolves into a Golbat, the friendship was always high enough to evolve straight into Crobat, who is also a Team Regular for me. But actually not, because it's actually just one of my more favorite Pokemon. I don't know what it is. But I love Crobat. Crobat is great. And there is a VTuber who streams Dark Souls stuff, and she loves Zubat, and she is so real for that. Oddish is going to be part. I'm going to end up putting Bellossom onto the Team Regulars, which means that Oddish gets in on the nepotism. Kind of neutral on Gloom and Vileplume. Yeah. I do love Paris. So like, this is another one where, as part of like the Team Regulars, Parasect would always make it, even though Parasect is a not great Pokemon. Team Regulars, Venonat and Venomoth. You see how the nepotism is working? Let's see. I'm not really a huge fan of like any of the Diglett line. I know what you're gonna say, but Hero, Meowth is part of Team Rocket. Why is Meowth not getting the nepotism treatment the way that Arbok and Ekans is? Look, Meowth is voiced by trans icon Maddie Bluth. I want to say her name is. But like, I just, as a Pokemon that I can catch and train, I'm just not that into Meowth. I've tried Meowth. It's just I do think that the fucking G-Max Meowth is hilarious, though. That is a long-ass cat. Not a huge fan of the Galarian version design, though. Psyduck, Golduck, Mankey. Primeape does get some nepotism points, though. I thought that the arc, or at least not the arc, but like the few episodes that Ash had a Primeape were really fun. I'm sad that he constantly lets his Pokemon go. I understand the messaging. I understand that he is letting his Pokemon be free and happy, and that he is treating them like friends rather than pets. But like at the same time, I wish that Ash would had just like had more Pokemon and was not relying on constantly Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Because now that I've gotten so used to that, it's weird seeing him with an actual factual Dragonite. Growlithe goes on to nepotism because Arcanine is going to go on the team. This is a regional variant. It's like Hisuian Growlithe, I think. Hey, you're fine. What is the... Hisuian Growlithe is... Arcanine is alright. Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath. I kind of like the design, though. I kind of like Poliwag on design. Ooh, and then we have Team Regular Alakazam, which means that Abra and Kadabra both get in on nepotism. Alakazam, just like being one of the most powerful psychic Pokemon, was always a target for me. I was very much a, the show says that this is a very good Pokemon, so I should train this Pokemon. The good old autisms. Oh, still Kanto, cool. That's right, Sam, don't worry, we just started. Now, it is like Kanto, but it comes with all of the regional variants of these Pokemon and their Megas and their G-Maxes. So like, we've got Butterfree G-Max up here in our favorites. Which I'm going to say again is probably not like completely accurate given that I've never played Sword and Shield. But if and when I do, I'm going to Dynamax the hell out of my Butterfree. I can guarantee you that. Also, I went and sniped Volcarona and Tyranitar as like two of my absolute favorite Pokemon of all time. So I basically just had to guarantee that we were getting add those two to the list. Because it would not be a fun list experience if I could not list my absolute favorites. And if we get close to the end, I am going to just like start sniping more Pokemon. And then as a quick refresher, like, we've got Pokemon that I regularly use on my playthrough teams. We've got Pokemon that get in partly because like I just have strong associations with them. Pokemon that I will say I like purely on an aesthetic level. And then most of the Pokemon are just going to be dropped into the bucket. Very few are going to be like ones I don't like or ones that I have no clue what the hell this is. Speaking of which, Machop actually gets in on nepotism. As does Machoke. Machamp was already going to be like a team regular. Actually, hold on. I need to... Machamp is another Pokemon that I was like, this is a cool Pokemon that I see a lot in the show and says it's a really strong Pokemon. So I would go out of my way to like trade it to myself. But there was a playthrough of Ruby and Sapphire that I was doing at one point. Pokemon Ruby. Where I found a shiny Machop. I named her Brenda. And she turned green! Green like the Hulk! And I loved her. And I don't know where she is. Because I never actually transferred my Pokemon into Pokemon Home. But wherever she is, I hope she's okay. I don't even remember. She's in your heart? Yeah, she's in my heart. Actually, come to think of it, I had a shiny Golbat, too. That became shiny Crobat. I loved the Zubat line before then. But... that kind of solidified it. I'm going to put Machamp into nepotism. I anticipate really liking Dynamax Machamp. I'm pretty neutral on the Bellsprout lines, so we're just gonna go ahead and add them there. This, oh god, this whole thing is gonna be so fucking big. I can't use my ergonomic mouse for this, can I? I have to actually like be able to use my scroll wheel. Yeah, that's probably where we're gonna be at. Tentacruel goes into nepotism because Tentacruel was a team regular for me. I like big jelly Tentacruel, and I keep doing this myself, chat. I keep telling myself, oh, this thing is supposed to be good. I better make sure that I get this or use it. So, anytime I was playing anything in Kanto, I was regularly trying to get Tentacruel. And I want to clarify that sometimes it would be hearing about these Pokemon being good in the context of, say, competitive, from like gens ago when things were different, and sometimes it would be more recent. I don't know, stuff's weird. Let's see. I'm neutral on the, what is this, the Galarian? No, these are the Alolan versions of Geodude. But Graveler gets in on Team Regular. I'm neutral on Graveler, but the Geodude gets in on Nepotism. Oh, wait, hold on. I can click. Okay, I can click and then it doesn't. Okay, that's good. Huh. I have not played with Galarian Ponyta, but I'm going to put it in on the cool design. They're significantly less than the cool design. Maybe the cool design should be a little higher up. That's not. I know it's still not in the tier list, but I love the Paldean lookalikes. Those mushrooms actually grow in your local forest. Ah. Paldean stuff I'm looking forward to looking at since I did actually play Scarlet Violet. I've got a little nepotism available for Rapidash because of that episode where Ash rode a Rapidash in a race. I love Ranky Races style stories. Lowbro, kind of also in that camp of just, I don't know. I don't know why I have such positive associations with Slowbro, but I do. And then we're just kind of neutral on all of these. I have no strong feelings on any of the, on most of the Galarian forms. All right, hold on. Slow the fuck up. Team Regular Magneton. Team Regular Magneton coming in with a steel chair, actually. Yeah. I love Magneton. It's just literally magnets stuck to each other. But I love Magneton. I love Electric Steel. It's such a great typing. And then it evolves further into Magnezone. I adore that. I just could not tell you exactly why it is. But I love me some Magnemite line. How peculiar that Slowking is not on the list. Guess it's second gen. Slowking is absolutely second gen, yeah. Farfetch'd is... Surfetch'd, similar. Dodo, I don't actually like Dodo and Dodrio. I've tried them out. I don't have any real positive associations with them. Like, I just actively do not like these. Seal and Dewgong are cute. Grimers are whatever. I like Cloyster. I think Cloyster has a really fun design. Let's see. Shelter. Yeah, Shelter and Cloyster. I like Shelter and Cloyster. I think they're cute. I don't want to be actually, but that's also Farfetch'd. Sir's the white one. Oh. That's Farfetch'd and is that just like what? The Galarian Farfetch'd maybe? Probably. Gengar, much like the other trait evolutions, also gets in on Team Regulars. But I also just like really like Ghastly and Haunter. So as far as like nepotism goes, they get to jump at the front of the line here. Mega Gengar. I love Mega Gengar's design. I never actually used it, Oh, is that the Is that the G-Max Gengar? Holy shit. That's actually really cool. I like that. That could probably end up being a team regular if I ever actually play Sword and Shield. Mega Gengar has tiny legs, but we just don't usually see them. I mean, like, they're right there, right? Onyx. Onyx has to go under nepotism. I know that Onyx is like not a great Pokemon, but it's a giant rock snake, and like every time that Brock brought out Onyx, it was a great team. It was a great day. I don't care about Drowsy or Hypno though. Krabby! Both Krabby and Kingler get to be like this. They get to go under nepotism. And I'm assuming that this is G-Max Kingler. What the fuck? What the fuck? They went really fucking hard on this. Holy shit. Do I need to play Gen 8? Because it looks like they just have amazing Dynamax designs for some of these. Voltorbs and Electrodes. We can just go ahead and shove them on here. See, this is part of why I wasn't really worried about meeting that 4 Pokemon in a minute mode. Because there are going to be so many that I could just throw into this whatever bucket. Cool designs at least for the Alolan's Executor. Honestly, TBH, if I'm going to be honest. G-Max has a foam beard because crabs shoot bubbles when they get angry. It's funny. I remember that. Krabby used to do that in the anime a lot. Just like bubble, go like... Like when people are taking a bath and they use the shampoo foam to make a wig. I love that. Cubone gets nepotism points. I don't know what it is. It's just like... Actually, no. Hold on. No, actually. Because Marowak is very neutral, but I really like Cubone's design. I think Cubone is very cute. Kind of the same with Alolan Marowak. I think the design is also really cool here. I love the Hawaiian Flame Dancer motif. Hitmonlee and Hitmon... Honestly, I'm kind of neutral on Hitmonlee, but Hitmonchan was always a team regular for me. I love having when Pokemon have like just really cool gimmicks, like Hitmonchan being able to use all the elemental punches. That shit is lit. Lickitung, even though Jesse got to use a Lickitung, I just don't have any particularly strong feelings. Coughing and Wheezing get in on nepotism, along right there next to Arbok and Ekans, because of the Team Rocket Association. Galarian Wheezing. I don't know. That stove top hat. That stove top hat just fucking gets me. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean this is a fairy poison type? Hello, Marowak is the only Pokemon that totally loses their type after evolving, going from ground to fire ghost? Huh. That is legitimately a neat factoid. I remember when they started coming out with the regional variants. I did not like that at all. It made sense to me. Like, I understood the logic, right? It's the whole, you know, the same Pokemon growing up in a different environment is going to have variations to suit the environment. Like, I get it. But also, I hated it because it reminded me too much how Digimon would have copy and paste Digimon, but just like different variants. There's like 5 different Agumons. Rhyhorn and Rhydon go into cool design. Maybe not as cool as like Whack, but I always thought that they were. Let's see, Chansey's cute, but like it's not like I ever got a chance to really play with the Chansey. I just see them as like big XP bags. Tangle's kind of whatever. Fucking Mega Kangaskhan. I'm gonna put Mega Kangaskhan into the do not like tier because the Mega version of Kangaskhan should not just literally be the baby hops out of the pouch. That literally should not be the case. But no, that's literally all Mega Kangaskhan is. Galarian Weezing is a fairy because they eat pollution and release clean air. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking for real? I love that. I love that so much. And that also explains the Wally picture that got posted in the server. The episode where Galarian Weezing appears is also the episode where the mechanic woman in Horizons receives not an engagement ring, but an engagement Pokeball. Really gay way to engage with another girl? Holy sh... I'm going to put Horsey and Seadra into nepotism because I like Kingdra. Golding and Seeking, I'm very neutral on. Staryu gets into nepotism because Starmie is also getting on nepotism. I have a friend that I associate with running Starmie. Like, it's not even a, oh, Misty used Starmie and Staryu in the show. It's literally just, for whatever reason, every time I think of Starmie, I think of my friend. And also, like, hey, Staryu and Starmie also do the Ultraman thing where their lights start blinking anytime that they're low on energy. Golding and Seeking need something new for real. They kind of do, yeah. I'm gonna put fucking Mega Starmie into cool design. The fact that we got so many memes out of it just having longer legs, it's so funny to me. I'm gonna be honest, I am not a fan of the Mr. Mime line. I don't like clowns or mimes on the best of days, but it's just like, have a humanoid Pokemon. It's weird. It's weird to me. Same with the Jinx. Like, you make a Pokemon eat from a bowl on the ground. If it's a dragon, you know, that stretches the imagination, but sure, okay, I can buy that. But having human-shaped Pokemon, Psychics no less, do that. Just, it begat something that I'm not a huge fan of. Scyther, though. Scyther goes under team regulars. Like, pretty easily, in fact. I'm going to move Zubat up here. I'm also going to move Parasect and Venomoth up here, because bugs get priority. Most of them. Most bugs get priority. Ooh, we're almost to the end of Kanto now. Mega Starmie is totally Ultraman Z. Gonna post a video in the server to take a look afterwards. Okay. I'm game. We're almost done with, we are almost done with Kanto, by the way. Electabuzz, Magmar, those are kind of whatever. Pinsir, I always thought had a cool design, but weirdly enough, I was just never, like, huge on. Mega Pinsir, though. Mega Pinsir has a really cool design. I love when bugs get Megas. Similarly, Tauros also gets in there. I know there's 3 different versions of Paldean and Tauros. I'm only going to put one into the cool design tier. The other 2 get to go into neutral. Am I down, or can I not distract you? We're almost done with all of the Kanto Pokemon and their variants. The tier lister that I'm using has all the variants clumped in with the originals, so we're probably close to 200 now. And then I went and sniped Volcarona and Tyranitar into my absolute favorites, just to guarantee that I had a chance to talk about them. Short-horned is fight, long-horned is fire because Metadors, and curly horns is a water buffalo. Okay, actually, you know what? That has single-handedly convinced me to put Water Paldean and Tauros up here with cool design. Only 200 down. Might just make it, but we'll see. I'm not going to sweat it. If I can't finish all of these, then I didn't get to finish all of these. Magikarp gets in on nepotism. Magikarp gets in on nepotism. I love me some Gyarados, though. Gyarados is always a strong team regular for me. Ever since I saw the Pokemon movie, and they're like, I heard it takes a lot of skill to train Gyarados. Yeah, it's pretty tough, but once you do, Gyarados is one of the most reliable Pokemon there is. I was like, ah, fuck yeah, I need to train Gyarados from now on. And I've never regretted it. I've never regretted Gyarados. Mega Shrimp goes into the cool design tier. I think the shrimp look is funny. I think it's very cute and silly. I don't think that it's like... I don't know that I'm like ever actually going to use it. That is the problem with some of the megas, is that I love some megas so much more that I will never actually use any other megas. But cost of business. Lapras, I have Lapras. That's another one that will also just like always make my team. Is that G-Max Lapras? I'm not sure how I feel about G-Max Lapras. I would have to see it in action, but that's not one that I'm like excited about. Ditto gets to be on Team Regular. So many of my like Team Regulars for Gen 1 are purely because of the anime. I loved the Duplica episode in the House of Ditto. It convinced me that Ditto was in fact one of the best Pokemon ever, but that's also only if Pokemon were real, until Ditto got the ability to automatically transform, in which case it went back to being like one of the best Pokemon ever. G-Max Lapras is a whole ass ship. Alright, I'm looking forward to seeing that in action. I'm gonna put it in neutral for now, but like, you know. Alright, you knew this was coming, chat. You knew this was coming. Eevee gets to go into nepotism because Flareon is one of my absolute favorite Pokemon. Probably even more so than Butterfree. Like, Flareon is probably the worst of the 3 original evolutions, but it's the fire one, and I am always biased towards the fire one. First time I see a Flareon fan, cool. I love Flareon so much. I have like 2 Flareon plushies. I have 2 Flareon plushies, and one of them has a wristband around it like a collar. Just, chef's kiss. Absolutely no notes. I'm not like a huge fan of... I'm actually not a fan of the G-Max Eevee. Like, why? Why G-Max Eevee? Z-Move Eevee, I can understand. But why G-Max? Like, you almost always want to evolve... Unless this is somehow like a baton G-Max. It just doesn't make sense to me. Vaporeon would always be a team regular. Jolteon doesn't even actually get in on cool looks. I've never been a Jolteon fan. Like, at one point, I thought it was cool because it went pin muscle, but then I realized, oh, wait, it doesn't actually matter. I would just rather use so many other electric types. But there we go. There's our first evolution discourse. G-Max Eevee is most likely because Pikachu had one. Yeah, but like Pikachu at least got a special light ball item. I don't even know if it still has access to it. Fuck yeah, Porygon. Porygon doesn't even have to like deal with the nepotism tier. It just gets to go straight into team regulars. I love this funky little guy. Yes! Kabutops. And praise Helix Omastar. Praise. It's not even going to be like nepotism here. Well, Kabutops can get in on nepotism. But like Team Helix forever. Praise Lord Helix. Praise Lord Helix. No, seriously, like after the whole Twitch Plays Pokemon thing, I fell in love with the Omastar line. I still like Kabutops. Kabutops was the one I liked first, but I just can't say no to Helix. I just can't say no to Helix anymore. Aerodactyl's kind of whatever, though. Snorlax. I love adding a Snorlax on my teams. He's just so big and soft and friend-shaped, just like Fron. And I actually really like the design for G-Max Snorlax. I love just like the giant mountain. Muto's got something later, but it's not officially confirmed. Then we're not going to worry about it. Articuno. This is going to be interesting. The legendaries are going to be like cool design, at least for most of these. Like Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno are all going to be cool design. I never actually use them, but I like them quite a bit. So this is like the first time that I might actually just need to make a... no, I think cool design still works for this though. I got it. I'm just gonna take out the at least. Because the at least makes it sound like, you know, this is a consolation prize, and it's like, I don't really like them, but they have a cool design. No, this is just straight up, they have a cool design, and this is why I like them. As much as that was a compliment, I'm going to make sure I push you into a mechanic next chance I get into 14. Papika Mortal Fear. Papika Mortal Fear. I'm sorry, buddy. I love you. Love you. You know what? I do like the design for the Galarian region variants of these birds. They look funky. They look really funky. And then we have Dragonite. Dragonite gets to be on the team. I love Pseudo Legends so much. It's why Tyranitar is up here. Dragonite absolutely on the team regular. I don't know how I feel about Mega Dragonite. But I'm glad that Dragonite has a Mega now. Dratini gets in on nepotism. Dratini's adorable. Actually, hold on. Maybe I should swap nepotism and cool design then. Yeah, that's what I should be doing. That's what I should be doing. Okay, hold on. Let me just tweak the tier list then. Nepotism gets to go down a color. Cool design gets to go up a color. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Which means that some of these can actually go up. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, some of these just like get to like jump up. Oh, they get to stay at their tier actually. No, Pikachu, you still get to stay in the Nepo baby arc. And then just to double check. Star you, Star me. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That feels a lot better. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Galar Moltres has a special ability to cause depression, just like Perona. Mega Dragonite hates fighting, therefore they KO the rivals quickly so they don't suffer. Lamau even. Okay. Yep. U2 gets to be cool design. U2 gets to be cool design. I'm not a fan of the... What is this? The X version? But I love the design of the Y version. And then we get just like actual factual Mew. I really liked Mew, but I never actually used Mew. So like, we'll put Mew into like, you know, the cute tier. I could probably split this up into like cute, cool and cute. But ain't nobody got time for that. I think, oh my god, we finally did it. We're finally done with Gen 1 and Gen 1's variants. That was probably 200 Pokemon in the first minute, which means I'm definitely below pace, but like, hey, we're getting some good conversation out of this. All right. Let me just like refresh myself on some energy drink real quick, and we'll keep on going. All right. The first 151, they're like 200, just like the magical quintet are like 7 or 8 girls so far. I mean, yeah, when you're including all these goddamn mega evolutions, G maxes, and regional variants, why not, right? Okay. I'm gonna get some controversy here. I'm gonna put the Mega Meganium into cool design tier. And yeah, we'll just stick them on the end for brevity's sake. I am, at best, neutral on Chikorita. I am not a fan of Bayleaf or Meganium. But the Typhlosion line, this is one of my goats. Yeah, this is one of my goats. Typhlosion? Okay, now it's controversial, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm just not a huge Bayleaf fan. But Typhlosion was the first Pokemon I ever got to level 100. And also, like, Cyndaquil, you get to be at the top. Actually, you know what? Cyndaquil can be up here, too. I love Cyndaquil and Typhlosion. They might be my favorite starters of all time. I think the Hisuian Typhlosion has a cool... I love Typhlosion. I love Cyndaquil. They are so fucking cute! I have a stuffed Cyndaquil, and I love it. Shiny Meganium has lesbian flag colors in the flowers. I mean, that's like... Honestly, that's fine. I'm not huge on the Totodile line. I am not a fan of how the Mega looks. Sentret, Furret. Furret is... Honestly, actually, you know what? Furret's kind of cute. Furret's cute. Or Furret can go... Kind of the same with Hoot and Knockdown. Knockdown gets to go into cool design. I love how a lot of the Johtos look. Leadbed doesn't even get nepotism points. Because Ledian... I want to like a Radios. I want to like Gyarados more, but like... At best is like, eh. You know what? Okay, so I'm torn. Like, on the one hand, I do not like spiders, but Spinnerack is so cute. This is a bug that I can actually really get into. Oh! There he is. There's Crobat. Ah, yeah, we love ourselves a Crobat. Crobat, just like being like a defogger, being a toxic user, a good old flying type. The evolution has Zubat. Ah, I love me some Crobat, baby. I even have a shirt for Crobat Man. Chinchou, Lantern, they also get in on cool design. Actually, you know what? Lantern gets in on Team Regulars. I was using Lantern fairly regularly. Yes. Pichu gets in on cute design. Cleffa, Igglybuff. You are hard-pressed for me to see a baby Pokemon that I am not, like, a huge fan of the design. I just love the cute little blobs. And this Golbat having a tongue. You and me both. Golbat deserves his crazy-ass tongue. Togepi's, whatever. Togetic, whatever. I kind of like the fully evolved. No, Togepi, Togekiss, Togetic. Yeah, I like the fully evolved version best. Nadu and Zatu are whatever. Mareep gets in on cute points. Flaffy gets in on cute points. Ampharos and Mega Ampharos are... I like how Mega Ampharos looks, at least. I was just never a big fan of like actual Ampharos. Bellossom, though. Ever since I saw the Bellossoms dancing, I was like, oh, this is so cute. This is so cute. And also, like, it's a pure grass type, unlike the Vileplume, which is a grass poison type. I don't know. Like, you use a Sunstone to evolve the Gloom into a Bellossom, and I thought that was a huge point in its favor. Datu looks directly at the sun to get psychic powers. This is because they're dumb and that's not something we should actually do. I thought it was like Datu is always staring out into the distance because it's constantly seeing the future and like terrified by the horrors that it's seeing. I remember when Meryl was Pika Blue. Yeah. Polito gets to go in on design points. I love so many of the Johto Pokemon here. Jumpluff also gets in on design. Like, I'm starting to understand why I love the Johto Pokemon so much. I just think they look great. I think they look so cute and neat. Pika Blue's a trans icon. Good for him. Yeah. The percentage on the genders for catching them all. Apom's kind of whatever. Sunkern is... I'm not a fan of Sunkern. Like, Sunkern stats are just, like, so pilling that I'm not a huge fan. And then I'm, like, not even a fan of, like, Sunflora. Make up for it. Yanma, though. Yanma's gonna get in on nepotism, actually. Because I think Yanmega is probably another one of my absolute favorites. Whoopers and Quagsires. Guys. Espeon? Espeon making absolute favorites? Along with Umbreon too? I love these dogs. I love these dogs so much. I love the Eevee doggos. Espeon and Umbreon being the first new Eevee evolutions after the original gen, which isn't really saying much because Gen 1 and Gen 2 were literally just like the first gen and then the second gen introduced. Like, it's not like a huge thing, but hey. So like both of those being introduced, I'm gonna move my phone, which is but them being not evolved, not from like evolution stones, but from affection, right? Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like this. I don't know. I am one of those trans girls that loves the evolutions. You know, I'm not quite Penny levels, but I have my favorites, and Espeon and Umbreon are it. Once upon a time, I had ear cufflinks. I had ear cufflinks of Sylveon and Umbreon because my husband loves Umbreon as his evolution. But I lost the Umbreon. I lost one of my EV cufflinks. So instead, I got one of those little stick them together friendship tags. One of them was a Sylveon and one of them was an Umbreon. So I have a lot of love for Umbreon. Espeon, though. Espeon is one of my favorites. So actually, Umbreon gets to come down here to Team Regulars because I would regularly use Umbreon. But now you know two of my favorite Eevee evolutions, chat. Flareon and Espeon. Who? Okay. Keep going, shall we? Murkrow is whatever. Slowking's whatever. The fuck is this? Is this Galarian Slowking? I'm putting this under what the fuck is that? Mischievous is kind of whatever. Ooh, I love the unknown. I love the design on the unknowns a lot. I love Pokemon that have just like that collectible mist to them. Wobbuffet. You're getting in on nepotism, buddy. You're getting in because you have a great gag in the anime. Graphics, whatever. Pineco. You are also getting in on nepotism. You're getting in on nepotism because Fortress is a team regular for me. Anytime that I play Mono Bug, I am going to consider Fortress. Dunsparce I think is cute. Dunsparce being based off of the Tsuchidoko, the fat little round snakes that people aren't entirely sure exist. Steelix. Steelix! Steelix! I'm kind of already like doing that too, yeah. I'm putting like cools at the top and cutes at the bottom. Is this... What the fuck is this? Is this Mega Steelix? I have never seen Mega Steelix, but Mega Steelix absolutely gets the nod on cool design. That goes fucking hard. Holy shit. Okay, so in the Galar DLCs, you go to Not China. There you learn martial arts and also find the yellow Slowpokes. They can evolve into the Mega Man Slowbro and the evil villain Slowking, whose cloister is controlling them totally. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bullfish, don't care about those. Get. I'm gonna take a sip here. I'm gonna choke on my water for a second. You know what this is? You know what this is? This is Scizor and Mega Scizor. If there was ever going to be a Pokemon that could challenge Volcarona for the top spot, it was going to be these. But it's okay, because they can coexist. I fucking love Scizor. Let me say that again. What you might have heard was that I like Scizor. What I mean to say is that before Volcarona came in, Scizor was my life. Scizor was the Pokemon that I always wanted to have in my team, and what I wished Scyther was. And that when they said, hey, have a Scyther, but have it be red, and also have it be metal as fuck, and also give it an ability so that way it can use Bullet Punch with stab and technician bonus, I fucking lost my goddamn mind. Oh, part of why I love the primary reason why I love Gen 6 is because I could use Mega Scizor in Omega Ruby, and that's like one of the biggest reasons. I did not like Gen 6 because of X and Y or because of the Pokemon that it introduced. I loved it because it gave me a Mega for my, at this point now, second all-time favorite Pokemon. Just learning that I'm a Bug-type trainer, cool. Yep, I am absolutely a Bug-type trainer. I fucking love Bug-type Pokemon. And it pains me so much that they are the worst type in the game. You know, depending on how you feel about Ice type. But like, you know, if you ask Wolfie VGC, they are absolutely the worst type. Doesn't matter though. Scizor. Scizor is without question my second favorite type. It is Jacqueline's favorite type. It is Jacqueline's favorite Pokemon, bar none. Volcarona is mine. Scizor is Jacqueline's. Butterfree is Isaac's. I love me some. I am so happy that if I ever get around to playing Champions, I'm gonna have to see it'll be if and when Scizor gets the Mega again. We got Shuckle. This is a bug that I'm not a fan of. I'm just not a fan of like noodly arm. But I love Heracross. Heracross is absolutely getting in on that team action. Honestly, ahead of Scyther. As much as I love Scizor, I am that much more disappointed by Scyther. I love Scyther. I want to love Scyther. But the best thing that I've ever found a use for Scyther is doing the woodcutting minigame in Pokemon Stadium. Sneasel is whatever. Sneasel is whatever. Teddiursa gets in on cute design. Ursaring is whatever. Magma and Macargo. This is one where the association is going to be a downside for Macargo. I do not have good association with Macargo. I know exactly one person who loves Macargo, and they were not a fun person to be around. I love the bug type is strong against dark type because Kamen Rider is strong against evil people. And Low Kicks continues the tradition. Piloswine gets in on cute design. Mamoswine and eventually... Piloswine and eventually Mamoswine get in on nepotism. No, Mamoswine gets in on cool design. Piloswine gets in on nepotism. Because I just think of Mamoswine, the Mamoswine line, and I go, oh, that was the line that Fran really liked. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I like that. Corsola gets in on cool design. Yeah, Corsola, both versions get in on cool design. I think it's kind of fucked up that the Galarian version of Corsola is apparently based on Dead Reef, but like, c'est la vie. Piloswine was your first Pokemon card ever? Aw, that's so cute. I love that. Octillery. I wish I could like. Delibird can be a cute Pokemon. Delibird gets to be. Mantine, Skarmory, Gold Skarmory, Houndoom and Houndour. Man, there's like a bunch of Johto Pokemon that I would probably like better if there was a if they were more readily accessible in the early parts of Gen 2. Kingdra gets to go under Team Regulars. Because when I could get a Kingdra, I used a Kingdra. It was a pretty great Kingdra too. Stampede and Donphin or whatever. Porygon 2. You, weirdly enough, were not a Team Regular, but if you could be a Team Regular, you would be a Team Regular. I would find a way to make you work. Stantler, Smeargle, Tyro, Hitmontop. Which one gets in like you? I do not like the Jinx line, but Smoochum is adorable. Same with Elekid and Magpie. Whoa, look at this! Hero Girl loves baby Pokemon. Yeah, they're adorable. They're cute. They remind me of the pre-promoted units in Fire Emblem. Like Amelia. I was a huge fan of Amelia back in Fire Emblem 8. I don't know that she was like a good unit, but I just love units that take this extra time to work into something great. Slugma is technically a Kanto Pokemon since they only appear in Kanto's Volcano in the Gold and Silver post-game. They do not appear in legal territory of Johto? Huh. I mean, that makes sense to me. But like, also, shut up, Sam. Shut up. You know, we all know what we're talking about. Miltank goes in there. Let's see. All right, Legendary Dogs time. Legendary Dogs time. They get to go to the top of the cool charts. The first time running into a roaming legendary Pokemon was fucking wild for me. I did not know what the fuck they were until I saw one. And then having to chase one down, awful. Absolutely awful. I fucking hated it. Trying to catch down these fuckers. I think I caught exactly maybe Entei, but never Raikou and Suicune. The evil cow. The fucking Miltank, though. Like, Miltank, people were already making jokes about Miltank. I never, like, really got why they were making jokes about Miltank. Like, I got it. Honestly, it's the fact that they did so many fucking fusions in Pokemon Fusion that kind of put me off of Miltank. But that's a fusion thing. I'm not going to hold that against Miltank. Suicune is the strongest of the three in sleep because, and I'm not joking, they help you gather more Slowpoke tails. Huh. Okay, see, I might actually need to hop in on this Pokemon Sleep thing if it's an idle game that I can play on my phone. Maybe. Like, no guarantees, but maybe. Larvitar gets in on cute design. I think Larvitar is adorable. The Pupitar, that one gets in on nepotism. Mega Tyranitar, though. I don't know how to feel about this. I should, by all means, put it into Team Regulars, but I never use it because I have Mega Scizor. But if I didn't have Mega Scizor, I would be regularly using Mega Tyranitar. Because, again, Tyranitar is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. I love this Godzilla wannabe. Lugia and Ho-Oh, they get in on the legendary box art cool design stuff. Ho-Oh probably more so. Honestly, the Gold and Silver really solidified the fact that I was always going to choose the first one in a generation. Like Red and Blue, Gold and Silver, Ruby, Sapphire, Diamond, Pearl. Because for whatever reason, the coolest of the two is always listed first. Like Winds and Waves, wins, easy. Scarlet Violet, Scarlet, easy. Sword and Shield, Sword, easy. It's always better to take the first half. To take the first one listed. Because that's just the better title. That'll be you. It'd be right there next. Okay. I need to like hold on. Give me like a sec. Because I am getting just a little blitzed out. I am going to like take off my headset. I'm not gonna go anywhere. But I am going to take off my headset so I can like be stim for a moment and get my bearings going. Johto is officially over though. And the only like Pokemon out of place here is Volcarona, who we established is king, will never be overthrown. This is your Kami Oshi right here is Volcarona. Everyone worship the Volcarona. Everyone draw fan art of me with Volcarona. Everyone help me assemble funds to get a Volcarona plush. I mean, a sick-ass dragon tattoo. The blessing of not having so many variants as Kanto does. And how? Holy shit. Look at all these variants. Look at all these variants for all these classic Pokemon. No wonder some people have Kanto fatigue. But Johto just had so many Pokemon that hit, right? Yeah, Johto feels like it had a ton of Pokemon that hit. Got the Corsolas. Got all those baby Pokemon variants. I think Politoed is cute. Smoochum, Larvitar. And then, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 5 of my favorite Pokemon were introduced in Gen 2. I mean, like Cyndaquil's there too. You know what I mean. Versus like Volcarona, a Mega Beedrill. Mega Beedrill, not even like Beedrill, but like Mega Beedrill. Actually, you know what? I'm going to kick Mega Beedrill down to cool design territory. Enjoying the Mega Pinsir over here. Do I even like put actually I'm gonna put the Butterfree down here too. Even though I know for a fact I'm going to love the Butterfree, the fact that I just have not built that bond with Glaring Butterfree makes me want to take it down a peg. which means that this is actually just more of a pure. These are my actual favorites, and then that does turn into like Volcarona, Scizor, Tyranitar, Flareon, Butterfree, Typhlosion, Crobat, Espeon, or the variants or whatever, or the evolution line. Johto just has a special place in my heart. And I think that's partly because when I got into Pokemon, even though I got into it as Gen 1 was the active gen, and like I joined everyone on the Pokemon craze. Did I start with Johto? No, I started with Kanto. I started with Gen 1, right? I started with Gen 1 when it came out. I was a kid when Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue were out. I was there as it took over America, as we got all the commercials, as the anime was airing for the first time. I got to talk to all my friends. I got to draw Pokemon and think about Pokemon. I got to collect the first booster packs of cards back when I was a kid. So like I was right there in the front of it. But Johto, I think, is special to me in part because it was the first generation I got to anticipate its release. When they started doing the previews for Gen 2 and Johto, when Ash started wrapping up his adventure in the Orange Islands and getting ready to head over to Johto, when I got to wake up on Christmas morning as a child and get not just a copy of Pokemon Gold version, but a guidebook and a brand new Game Boy Color to go with it, I hesitate to say that it was not one of the most exciting points of my life back then. So Johto coming out and then exceeding my expectations, right? Like I was a kid. I don't know what I was expecting so much as just like, oh my God, new Pokemon. This is a whole thing. I would never would have expected it to be just like new Pokemon, right? But also it was a good game. I was in love with the innovations. I was in love with how it swapped from day and night. I was in love with the weekday cycle thing, the breeding program, the new baby Pokemon that you could get. The fact that they squished Kanto, the entire region of Kanto, into this sequel, and then I got to go back. That there was carryover continuity from the first game. That, you know, I got to see a bunch of the classics that I loved and also all the new stuff. It was just like the perfect mix to make me fall in love with Johto. So that's probably why so many of the Gen 2 Pokemon have made it into the higher spots on this. Oh, question. Do you remember what you thought when you saw the mysterious bird from episode 1 finally in the cover of a game? Lucky, thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you. Feels like they were trying to kill you at work unloading the truck, but you lived. Good job, buddy. Good job. Thank you, and good job. Okay, so like, when I saw that Ho-Oh was going to be on the cover of Gold, I was like, you know that Pog meme that we talk about all the time? It was pretty much that. It was pretty much, oh, it's the Pokemon! It's the Pokemon from the first episode! Oh my God, they're finally bringing back the Pokemon from the first episode! I was fucking flipping my shit when I found out. You know, I just kind of realized I don't really like have my headset on while I do this, but I am going to put it back on now that I've de-slimmed just a wee bit. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go like half and half. I'm going to go half and half so that way I'm not like getting overly loud. We have another 3.5 hours of this stream, and I have 7 more generations to go through. I've got some leftovers from Costco that I'm gonna have for lunch tonight. My wife has some leftover mac and cheese that I'll heat up for her, so I'm going to end up taking the you know what? this is actually a good point to take a quick lunch break. And then when we come back, we're going to go into Hoenn and we're going to take care of all of these Gen 3 Pokemon. Because this is another gen that I have a lot of fond choices to pick from. So don't touch that dial. We'll be back in about, say, 10, 15-ish minutes? Alright, sounds great. Time is just a little bit of a factor right now. Put the Banished Malicious back on top. And then activate. Ooh. Ooh, Nelly. Ooh, Nelly. And are we just gonna, like, completely time out here? Oh my god. It's got...
And it's there for a big conversion on...
Get your head out of the gutter. God, I wish Cook would cook a little more often. You realize how game-changing that would be if we could just get, like, an actual... Oh my god! Front point! Go! 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 Oh, shit!
When you talk about a dangerous bat, this is what you have to be able to do. Not only get out there and outrun the defense, but have the power to...
And chat, if you're just hanging around, don't let this man terrorize you. Don't let this man terrorize you. Stand up. Wait, no, Okay, so I was kind of right. It's like right there. Now, notably, there are no hooks for me to actually grab, but... Terrorize? Hey, yo, Jess, you've been on the Transformers kick. I would have thought that you would actually be all about terrorizing, what with, you know, Megatron having dinosaur dragon parts. Puns are a gift? Then where's the receipt? Yeah, Beast Wars really is the best show. Alright, then we'll go ahead and we'll swing in. We're not going to be blocking the Scarab. Oh! Oh! Oh, they didn't have the mana to pay for Pact! Oh my! Well, that's not exactly how, we were hoping to win that, but... Oh my, okay. Okay. Alright, now this is spicy. We can actually cast Sarah's Emissary.
Mm-hmm.
The question... Yeah. The
What
question...
we're calling. Yes.
So, like, they obviously haven't really played creatures. Creatures are typically what you would name with Sarah's Emissary, because it just completely shuts off any, like, aggro they could have.
Mm-hmm.
But given that they literally have only been playing the Mirror Triton, I'm able to think that they're on either some sort of Reanimator deck, or they just have a lot of control in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna say Instance.
That sounds reasonable, yes.
And if they have like an Edict effect or something like that, then Emissary wasn't gonna stick around anyway.
Mm-hmm. At the very least, she is a must-answer threat.
Oh, well, they just answered
Well,
her. And potentially subscribe. I don't have like any sort of like fancy post-editing to do, like a, hey, y'all, let's be sure to smash that like bucket. Like bucket? Likes are buckets? Yeah. Yep. We jumped the fences, we can get some rupees back. Alright. So, first things first. Oh, sorry, Fauna. Okay, let's build up some speed. Am I trapped? I am not. Excellent. That would be a clever trap. Whoops! Accidentally, trapped the player. The way that you constantly re-equip everything. So then... factually trapped, am I? Hook shot out of the hole. Thinking about it. But, like... There were... Wait a second. But, no. We can't hook shot out of the hole because we're floating in the water. On the ground, though, now? Well, wait. Okay, you know what? That might... I could just be, like, a total bimbo right now, and that could actually just factually be it. Oh my god, that was actually just a... That was just it. I am the bimboiest bimbo that ever bimboed. Welcome to Die. This joke again? The localization team will think we got it wrong. Stop! Barry! How dare you, human? Those were your very last words. You fool! No, you are the fool. We will never give up. As long as we can still breathe. We will fight for Earth. And for everything that is right. Friendship unites us. Hero girls! Shine! Transmitting at the speed of light. Hero Girl Scout. Hero Witch. Wisdom to do what's right! Hero Girls Techie! Hero Fairy! Unbreakable Will. Hero Girls Assault. Hero Knight. The power to believe! Hero Girls Leader! Hero Girl! Together we are Hero Girls! Alright, let's get the music going again. Make sure that everything's good. Make sure that everyone's back. Alright. That was a quick little lunch. I can scarf down really quickly. Should hold me up for the next couple hours. Alright, so we just finished Gen 1 and Gen 2 and all their goddamn variants. Which means it's time to move on to Gen 3. Gotta rank 'em all, Hero Girl. Okay, that's actually a really good one. Like, yeah, that's really good. I like that. That would make for a great title. All right, let's do this, shall we? So first off, we got like the starter line trio, and they all got megas. Okay, here's where things are going to be weird, right? I'm going to put Orchik into my team regulars. Because I do always regularly pick the fire starter. Just like always, forever. Fire starter is just like the one I will always pick. But Gen 3 is weird for me in that I do not like Blaziken or Mega Blaziken or the stupid chicken. I am actually a fan of the Trico line. I will never pick the Trico line, but I like the Trico line. And in fact, Mega Sceptile, when I was playing, was a regular for my team. And I think Sceptile is just like really cool. So Sceptile gets in on cool design. Yeah, Sceptile gets in on cool design. As for Trico and Gravile, Trico also gets in on cool design. I like Lizard. like a little green lizard. And then Grovyle, weirdly enough, Grovyle is also one of the few Pokemon, like one of the few middle evolution Pokemon that I really like the middle design of. Usually they're just like this awkward teenager middle stage evolution feel. That's how they feel to me. Like Marshamp's kind of whatever. But I like the middle evolution Grovyle. Marshtomp similarly is going to end up being a team regular. I think the Mega evolution for Marshtomp also qualifies for cool design territory. And then Mudkip gets in on cuteness. The Hoenn starters were an absolute hit for me. I like them. Except for the fact that Torchic's line started that whole goddamn firefighting starter train. I do not like it. I do not like it when my starters stand up like that. Charizard is different because Charizard's a dragon. Blastoise is different because like Squirtle was just like a walking turtle. And Blastoise just feels a little bit of extension like that. I don't like when they look like people like that. I don't like when they look like furry bait, basically. Which is probably a little harsh. I know there's some good furries out there. I am friends with several of them. But like, I am not a fan of when Pokemon look like furry bait. Which is weird because we're going to get the Gardevoir here. And you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and put Gardevoir up here with the team regular. I really like Gardevoir. And when people get weird about Pokemon, it makes me feel weird for liking them. I mean, turtles don't walk on two legs. Maybe Kaiju turtles. I mean, Gamera walks on two legs, doesn't he? Mightyena gets to go on team regulars. I love Mightyena. Poochyena gets in on design. I think Poochyena is really cute. Gen 3 as a whole was just a great gen for me. If I'm one of those people who considers Gen 1 to be like the alpha stage of Pokemon and Gen 2 to be the beta stage of Pokemon, then Ruby and Sapphire, when they finally like let you, that is the furthest you can go to have a Pokemon trade up into the current Pokemon home system, right? So I consider Ruby and Sapphire to be the first complete, quote, generation of Pokemon. Since they have abilities, they can hold items, they more or less got their recipe down for how to make a good Pokemon. The Japanese name for Gardevoir is Sir Knight, which is very gendered. I agree, absolutely. A good number of furries seem to reside in that Sailor Moon Discord channel that you're a part of. I have no comment on that. I have no comment on that. I'm just going to put these Linoons into cute territory because I think these Linoons are very cute, including the regional variant. Wormpole gets to go into the cute territory. I will put... I'm kind of whatever on the Silcoon Cascoon line, but I love the design for Beautyfly and Dustox quite a bit. Dustox was a team regular for me, and Beautyfly just like being another butterfly variant. I love all of the butterfly variants. I love butterflies. Before I left Ohio, I got to visit the Garden Conservatory. They have whole chambers dedicated just letting the butterflies fly around. I loved going there so much. It was probably one of the best going away presents I could have ever gotten. The Ludicolo line just does not miss, actually. All of these get to go under cool design. God, Hoenn just did not miss. No wonder I had so much fun with Ruby and Sapphire, right? With the Ruby and Sapphire remake, I think that was the only thing that really salvaged Gen 6 for me. That and like the Megas. God, even C-Dot. I don't like Sunkern, but C-Dot does it for me for some reason. The Nuzleaf line, also very good. This just has some of the best middle stage evolution designs I think that I've seen. seen in a long while. Talo, Swellow was part of a regular team member for me. Very good, solid bird. I like it. Talo, even though Talo is like supposed to be just the starter bird, I like how sleek and cute its design is. Nuzleaf must be one of the most important Pokemon in the fandom, and at the same time, they have so little popularity. I mean, you'd think so, right? Because the Nuzleaf is what the Nuzlocke is named for, you know? Wingo, Pelipper, iconic designs. I love them. Love designs for these things. I don't know that I ever actually seriously used a Pelipper. I probably did a little bit. Arriba esto el teco y abajo está el suelo. I'm trying to process that. Arriba esto el teco y abajo está el suelo. I can't translate that one live. My brain is too stalled. Oh my god, the Ralts. I love Hoenn Pokemon so much. Holy shit. I think this must have been the line that I played the most, honestly. We're talking about like generations. Yeah, if we're talking about just like pure generations that I've played the most of, I honestly think that I've played Gen 3 the most. And that's not surprising, right? Echo is ceiling, Swellow is floor, Swellow sounds like Swellow. Okay, I think I have a rough idea of what you're getting at then. Real quickly, I have to put Slackoff at the top of nepotism. Purely because Slackoff is my wife's favorite Pokemon of all time. She loves Slackoff and it breaks her heart that she cannot use it in any meaningful capacity. Not Little Cup, not normal teams or anything like that. Just... It just exists. And honestly, I love that for it. And it gets a very special place at the top of nepotism because of my associations with it. Oh my god. This whole generation is literally just gonna end up being like cool design and upwards. Because I love Gen 3. I understand why it gets used as a Nuzlocke so much now. After having gone through and trying to Nuzlocke Heart Gold. Heart Gold is a good game, but I don't know that it is a good Nuzlocke game because of how many restrictions there are. It definitely makes for a challenging Nuzlocke game, that's for sure. But, you know. My best friend is a big fan of sloths too. I got her a Slackoff card and the noise she made when she saw it was not normal. Oh, that's adorable. Honestly, the nepotism continues. I'll put Slackoff in the nepotism. I'm not like a huge fan of Slackoff. I think it is really cool that that there's a lot of tricks that you can use to get around its Truant ability. But mostly, it might be one of the Hoenn Pokemon I like the least. Ninkata also going into this nepotism tier because I fucking adore Ninjask and Shedinja. Oh god, how are we going to put this up here? Yeah, actually, you know what? Shedinja gets to go up into the absolute favorites. Without question, when I found out that there was a Pokemon that you could get literally from having your Pokemon evolve, having a spare Pokemon, and having an open slot in your party, I pogged the fuck out. And then you find out about Wonder Guard and how it doesn't actually die to anything that isn't super effective, and you're like, oh, there's gotta be something busted we can do with this. And then Terrestrialization came out like 15, 20 years later. Ninja's so creepy, I love them. I do too. They say, don't look into its back. Don't look into its back or it's going to suck your soul out. I love Shedinja so much. I love the Shedinja gimmick teams. I think they're really cool. Whismur, Loudred, Explode. Whismur and Explode both get into the cool design team. Explode actually gets into the team regular because this was a Pokemon that I was inspired to try and use because the design was so goddamn cool. I don't think any generation really got me to explore and use new Pokemon as much as Gen 3 did. Mukahita, also cute. Hariyama, also just a very cool and solid design. And it ended up making my team more often than not because of that. What else do we have here? Azuro. You know what? I could take or leave Azuro. I'm not like huge on the I'm not huge. It's like weird. So it's a baby Pokemon or a Pokemon that I'm already like lukewarm on. I like most of the babies, but I like them as like, you know, we have these established Pokemon from Gen 1, and now we finally get the babies because it was introduced with a new system. Well, Meryl was available in fucking Gen 2, so why couldn't we get a baby version of it in Gen 2? So when they just like arbitrarily, it feels like it's arbitrary, or like, you know, they added in something that they couldn't add in the previous gen. I'm not as big on that. Ooh, Breloom fun fact is the Luigi Mangione Pokemon. Nosepass is Chilean? Huh. Okay, yeah. I also kind of really like its evolved form that you get in Gen 4. I think when we get to Gen 4, we're going to find a lot of Pokemon that I like because they are expansions and evolutions on previous Pokemon. And that part I don't mind as much. Skitty! Skitty gets to go into the cute tier because she hates Tears of the Kingdom. Kind of the same with Delcatty. It feels like without the baggage that that Meowth has from, you know, being a talking Pokemon in the anime and just kind of getting to be a cat that does not talk, I have more appreciation for the Skitty line than I do for the Meowth line. I love Sableye. Sableye is really cool. Sableye's got the creepy gem stuff. And I think that the Mega Evolution for Sableye also just like really fucks. God. I'm looking at all these designs and thinking about how much I like these. It's nice. This is affirming that there are in fact still lots of things to love about Pokemon. The Mawile and the Mega version. Yep, those are also fantastic. Kind of goes without saying. And if it feels like I'm breezing through these a little bit, it's because I really don't have a lot to say about some of these other than the fact that I think they're really fucking cool. And sometimes that's like all you need to justify a Pokemon being a favorite, right? Oh, okay. Guys, Aggron is another one of those. So Aggron kind of fixes one of the issues I had with Pseudo Legends, right? It still evolves like one a little bit. I think Aggron evolves fairly late. Might be like 45 or something like that. I like that I can get it fairly early on as an Aeron and then evolve it. I have not actually played with a Mega Aeron, the Mega Aggron. Like, with all the Megas that they were introducing, it really is just as simple as I cannot make room for Megas and try other Megas because I'm having too much fun with my Mega Scizor. Mega Scizor existing means that I just do not play with any of the other ones. And that is one of the only downsides to Megas being a mechanic. Like, I'm glad that it's back. I'm glad that we get to see more Pokemon being Megas. But I know that as soon as I have Mega Scizor, I'm just not going to do anything. Medicham and Meditite are probably the only ones that I'm really just like... Now, these are one of the few Pokemon that I'm not like huge on from the Hoenn region. Look at this fucking thing! Look at this fucking doggo! Look at this fucking mega doggo, just like a giant fluffy lightning bolt. Sableye attacks just like Sage Alphino. They spawn little gems to shoot beams, like a Gundam too, kind of. Yeah, I love when Gundams have funnels and bits. Aggron is cute because they actively plant new trees, so mountains have strong forests. I love stuff like that. I love learning about how these things interact in nature. I was thinking about what it was that kept me from really enjoying some of the mainline stuff for Pokemon. Also on mine, and they get in on nepotism. They get in. I think they're cute on their own, but like, let's be real here. They're being hard carried by the fact that they are Pikachu variants. Not like variants, but like just by being cute electric rodents. Oh god, what was I actually saying? I lost my train of thought as I added more bugs to the cute cool list. Jesus Christ, Gen 3 had so many bugs. Oh, right. I realized a part of why I love the anime so much is because of how it's just literally episodic adventures, seeing Pokemon in the wild, seeing how people interact with Pokemon. And I am significantly less interested in battles with Pokemon than I am in the stories that we can tell with them. Yeah, Roselia. Hero, you can't just put like all of Gen 3 in there. Well, I'm not going to. I'm going to go ahead and put Gulpin in there. And I'm going to be like, well, Swalot actually has some cool design to it. Carnivine, Sharpedo, fucking Mega Sharpedo. God, there are so many Megas that I never got around to trying. I understand now. I understand now why Mega Evolution was not a mechanic that was like... It was popular, but like it didn't achieve quite what a competitive format team would want. Yeah, that's why the Mystery Dungeon and Pokopia feel different. They're about the Pokemon. I'm not gonna lie, I have never played a Mystery Dungeon game, but I want to. And after watching people play Pokopia, I'm feeling that like maybe that I'm willing to give that a shot at some point. I'll need to actually have a Switch 2 and the game to play Pokopia. But we have Mystery Dungeon games. We also have Pokemon Snap too, big world game. Pokemon Snap was one of my favorites. Pokemon Snap, I would play like over and over and over again when I was a kid. I loved seeing Pokemon out in the wild, just acting like themselves and then taking photographs. It was amazing. And when I played Scarlet and Violet, the best thing about it was going around and catching all of my Pokemon while sneaking around all the super strong ones that were going to fucking KO me. I hated having to go through and follow the gym leader storyline though. I hated how pushy Nimona felt when she was always like, hey, I can't wait to battle you. Are you excited to battle? I bet you love battling. No. Oh, you're such a kidder. I hated that. I hated that so much. And I'm starting to understand why. Oh my god. Fucking Mega Camerupt? This is not ending anytime soon, by the way. We are still absolutely going to be hogging out at all of the Megas for Hoenn. Also, Pokemon Concierge Season 1 is less than an hour, the whole season. It's beautiful, stop motion about the Pokemon and the young woman trying to understand them. Okay, I absolutely need to see that. I absolutely need to see that. Torkoal also does not miss. God, I am just like putting all of Gen 3 into this bucket. Jesus Christ. It's not going to be very distinctive, but like, hey, you know what? At least we're going to be done with Hoenn pretty quickly. There's Flygon. I remember Flygon from the Jirachi movie. And I would get Flygon onto my team pretty regularly. I don't know. Actually, hold on. I would put Wailord on my team too. I have to like double check because I think I went on autopilot just a little bit there. But no, this is good. This is good. We're still good. Nemona's autistic for battles. She's kind of like Goku. I've heard that. I agree with that 100%. But here's the thing. I would not be friends with Goku. I would not be able to be friends with Goku. Goku is not someone who I could keep up with, right? So here's the thing about the tisms, right? When your tisms don't line up, when it's like, wow, you're autistic for Pokemon too, then you think, oh great, we can be friends. But then you find out, oh no, you're grinding Showdown, and I'm out here like kissing my plushies goodnight. We are not the same. Then you kind of realize just how much stuff goes into Pokemon. And also, I'm just gonna put Mega Absol right here. If there was any Mega that I am sad that I do not get to use because I'm using Mega Scizor, it's Mega Absol. I loved Absol when I found it and I started using it regularly. This was before they changed how the physical and special attacks work. So Dark was always a special, and there were physical Pokemon that wanted to use it. Absol was one of them. But I still use Absol because I thought it was like so fucking cool. And then they came out with the Mega version of it, and I read the Reddit post about the guy who inherited his friend's Absol when his friend passed away, and now like the Mega version's out, and now that Absol gets the Mega Evolve, and it makes me cry. And like I have a friend, a dear friend who loves Mega Absol. It's just like I wouldn't mind like giving Mega Scizor a break just so I can use Mega. Oh. Of the 3 Paldean friends, I think Arvin was your favorite. Poor sad kids. He was my favorite too. And I actually added this to the essay that I'm writing about my experience with Pokemon Scarlet. In order, Arvin, it was my favorite. Penny was okay. And then Nemona was my least favorite. And it correlates very heavily with how I feel about the different storylines in Pokemon. Because when you're just catching Pokemon, you're in it for the love of the game and you're training them. Like the gym battles and the evil team storyline, those are just like bonuses, right? Those are just, yeah, this is just the obligatory story that we're going through because we just, we want some sort of an antagonist to go here. Let's see, Magnet Altaria, get to go. So big. But I'm here because I love Pokemon. And Arvin's storyline is very much, he loves Pokemon. He loves Pokemon. They were the ones that were there instead of his absent parent. He's willing to go through danger because he wants to make his Pokemon better. He wants to help his dog. I'm here for that. That storyline connected with me so much more than anything else. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and put the Soul Rock, Lunar Rock things here. I am sad that they are not more viable, but I fucking love these things. I love Sun and Moon rocks Pokemon. Ride with that dog. Yeah, the Master Buff thing is just like so great. Like I started that storyline because it gave you the upgrades to the Koraidon bike, and I was like, I want the upgrades. I'll do this one, and then it turned into like the best thing ever. Well, maybe not like the best thing ever, but like it was pretty. I love Corphish. I like Crawdont. They're so good. See, look at this. Look at all these beautiful, beautiful Pokemon. We got Baltoy, Blados so fucking cool. Hold on. The fossils. Fossil Pokemon are another thing that I love. I love the fact that they just bring Pokemon back from the dead. And also, hey, guess what? Anorith and then Armaldo. Armaldo is a Pokemon that actually just fills multiple niches for me and therefore gets to be into the absolute favorite tier. Because not only is it a bug, it is a fossil bug. And the fact that Johto didn't have any fossils for me made me sad. But then they brought back fossils in Hoenn, and I was like, fuck yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! When we get to Diamond and Pearl, I'm going to end up doing some... I love the fossils there, too. They're not, like... It makes me sad that Rampardos is, like, not good. But it is a fossil, so it's going to get points there. I love Armaldo. I love me some Fossil Bug. And it does make its way onto my mono bug team when I can. Feebas is okay. Feebas is okay. I like the Miltank design. I think that the evolution method for Miltank was really good. You can't do it anymore because you can't make beauty blocks anymore. But I thought that was a nice touch. Baltoy is another one that looks creepy, but in a good way. I agree. 100% agree. Cast form. Cast form, cast form, cast form, cast form, cast form, cast form, cast form. I am such a sucker for gimmick Pokemon. For Pokemon that, like, help a thing, that, like, represent a thing or a mechanic. Pokemon that just, like, do something unique and weird compared to the hundreds and hundreds of other standard Pokemon. Cast form is one of them. Castform is one of them, but we're going to end up seeing a Pokemon in Gen 4 that makes the absolute tier roster. So, like, Castforms, Forms are all going to go into cool design ahead of it. Actually, hold on. Castform base gets to be a Nepo Baby. Castform base gets to be a Nepo Baby. It's all of the variants of Castform that I think are amazing. I am in love with game pieces that get to be fluid. Like, you know how in fighting games they have stance characters? Like, if you know Smash Brothers and you know how Pyra and Mythra can turn from one into the other, or like how in Melee Zelda can turn into Sheik and vice versa. Or how Pokemon Trainer in Smash can cycle between 3 different Pokemon. I love that type of gimmick so much. It always scores points for me. Kecleon is like one of the few whatevers. Shuppet, and Banneret. I love Hoenn Pokemon so much. Okay, fucking Mega Banneret fucking fucks. Holy shit, this design goes hard. They did not need to go this hard on some of these Megas, but this is gold. I hope Castform appears in Winds and Waves. Honestly? Same. I didn't think about that, but, like, absolutely they should be in Wind and Waves. Like, maybe with an upgrade. Maybe with an upgrade that makes them just, like, a little bit more viable as a playthrough Pokemon. Tropius is, like, the definitive... I like this Pokemon because I think it has a cool design, rather than because I play with it regularly. It's just a long-necked dinosaur that is also a palm tree. It can't get any better than that. Tropius, your baby. See, we're on the agreement here. And then in the Jirachi movie, I got to see how they fly, and it's actually like the greatest thing ever. I never used Tropius, but like I love Tropius. Chimecho. I thought this was pronounced Chimecho for like the longest time. But no, it's Chimecho. Just straight up get a Mega Evolution. That's great for you. The fuck is this? The fuck is this? Is this a regional variant of Absol? It has to be what it is, right? Mega Absol? No, that's not Mega Absol. Mega Absol is this one up here. Mega Absol Z. Oh. Okay. Look it up in Google. Nah, I'm gonna take your word on that one. I'm going to assume that that's a Mega Absol from Legends ZA. So I'm still gonna put it into the fuck are you territory. But like, you know, why not as cute? I don't have, weirdly enough, this is the same criteria as Azurill, where there was a Gen 2 Pokemon where we didn't get we didn't get the baby form until Gen 3, but for some reason Why Not gets through, and I think it's because Why Not's just here. No, it's kind of whatever, but I like Galea. That's a good one. Mega fucking... I just love that he's literally opening his mouth. They just went full-on Pac-Man. I love that. Oh, the Spheal line. The Spheal line. Oh my god. Have you ever seen a Spheal roll around? It is the single most adorable thing ever. Like, so adorable that I was very happy to add Walrein to my regular teams. Also, if you're wondering, I would play with several of these Pokemon at various points, but I wouldn't consider them like main team line stuff for what I was using. But it doesn't really change how much of that I love them. Galilea in Japanese is called Onigoro, as in Demon Ice, and as in Onigiri, because just look at them. That's a rice ball. True. Sam, thank you so much for all these tippies. All right, there's a Clamperl. I don't have to say anything about it. Clamperl is gold. Same with the Huntail and Gorbis. I love it when Pokemon have branching evolutions like that. I love it. Relenkoff. This thing is literally just like the fish that lives forever. The fish that lives forever and for like 200 years. The pink fish scares me because it's like a mosquito. I mean, like, it's not like a mosquito. It's just noodle shaped, right? It's just a noodle. It's just a danger noodle. Love Disc is whatever. Love Disc doesn't evolve into anything cool or interesting. It just is a heart fish. Salamence gets to go into the cool design. Salamence gets to go into the cool design. No. That's a disservice. This is a pseudo legend that I tried to fit on my team whenever I could. That is absolutely a team right now. Danger Noodle runs. Yeah, that's about right. Mega Salamence. The Megas always just like get to go up here. Pretty sure Mega Salamence saw some competitive play, but I couldn't tell you otherwise. Jesus Christ. I have to keep doing so much scrolling. I am going to be shocked if I don't have to replace my scroll wheel after this. Metagross is another Pokemon that I always tried to get onto my team because it was a pseudo legend. Oh my god. All these Megas are driving me crazy. I feel like I've lost so much equity by not getting to experiment with other Megas. I guess it's just like, you know, the cost of only getting to use one Mega Stone at a time. Like, sure, yeah, you could go ahead and put all of your Pokemon with Mega Stones during a casual playthrough. But then, like, one, that's giving up some amount of, like, actual game equity. Which, you know, you're allowed to, like, not care about that, but I definitely cared about it. The Reggies, chat. Reggies. The secret of the Reggies and how all of their puzzles used Braille. It's still one of the fucking coolest things ever. I don't know how Pokemon is going to, like, surpass it. I don't think they can. I have been around since the very beginning, and I don't know that I've ever seen them, like, surpass how cool the setup for the Reggies was. There was some stuff with the unknown. I think the unknown stuff was really fucking cool. The unknown ruins. The Reggies. And then, yeah, the Laddie twins, they all get to go into good designs. The fact that you get to ride one of the Laddie twins in Omega Ruby Sapphire. Yada's favorite legendary, Latinas. Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up. Oh boy. Cairo, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Jirachi, Deoxys. Guys, I'm gonna if I wish just like grab all of these because all of these go straight into the fucking wow cool Pokemon tier. I know it feels like a cop-out, but it's fucking true. None of these Pokemon miss. I never use them because I never like actually used legendaries. I don't know. You know how in Pokemon 2000 there's that guy that's like, I'm a Pokemon collector, but I'm not a Pokemon trainer. I just want to have them on display. I just want to show them off in cute little prisons and establish myself as one of the quintessential Pokemon collector. Yeah. I kind of act like that with my legends. I never use them. I never train them. I never play competitive with them. I'm just like, I have this legend. It is going to remain pristine in my box. I'm never going to level them. Never going to EV train them. Yep. I'm just going to sit here in the box. Untouched. And I will preserve them and look at them. And then they will be my trophy. Which I know, like, you know, wasn't really the point of that particular villain, but I don't know, it's just kind of how I felt. Because, like, if these are being treated as special, rare, legendary, one-of-a-kind Pokemon, and kind of because I can't get any extras, I don't really want to mess up doing anything with them, you know? And that just kind of meant that I used other Pokemon instead. So I never really got to appreciate just how powerful they were. I think the only exception was back in Gen 1 when I was using Mewtwo, but like everyone used Mewtwo. I don't know. That's Gen 3 though. We passed through Gen 3 very, very, very quickly because it's just like, wow, this happened. As far as like the actual Pokemon roster goes, this one just has so many of my favorites, right? Maybe not like my absolute favorites, but it had so many that I'm familiar with, am happy to use, happy to add into the rotation. I don't know I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is just chef's kiss, absolute chef's kiss. Let me grab some of that power drink and recharge for a second. Ah. Okay. Woo. Man, I don't even know how someone in this would have to like parse out all of this information. There are just like so many Pokemon that I'm like, I can take them or leave them. There's very few that I don't outright dislike. Pokemon is just so good. Pokemon's great. I want to be able to love Pokemon again, and I am going to do everything in my power to help reignite that spark. It's probably not coming from competitive battling, but I'll try a little bit of competitive battling to see if it works. At least when I do it next, it's going to be, you know, I'll build around Volcarona because Volcarona is my favorite, without question. But I'll be a lot more open to using a supporting cat. Gen 4. I'm going to say this. I don't like that Infernape perpetuates the firefighting line. The firefighting trend. But at least it's a monkey. At least it's a monkey where it makes sense to be walking around on 2 legs. I'm also a fan of its middle evolution here. The Chimchar line, I'm not a fan of the actual Chimchar. But there is that. Garache's creepy cute with that extra eye in his chest. Don't you mean it's tummy? Don't you mean it's tummy? Yep, we can go ahead and put... Actually, hold on. Yeah, Infernape should go into Team Regular. Empoleon and... Terra can go in there too. Oh boy. Hold on, I need water. Water. Gen 4. Thank you for the hydrate, Sam. Thank you. I think it might have been a little bit late, but thank you. Okay, Gen 4 should actually be really small, so we can probably just blitz on through this. So, let's see. Torterra. Torterra can also go into Team Regulars. The Gen 4 starter line, just really good. Really good. I have no complaints about any of these designs. Like, the Empoleon, this is a... It's literally a penguin. It's literally a penguin. Makes sense for it to be on 2 legs. The Infernape, literally a monkey. 2 legs, fine. Torterra, it's a turtle on 4 legs. It's a terrestrial turtle. Good. You love that. Weirdly enough, this Grovyle, or not this Grovyle, this whoever middle design is, I can't remember the name. It reminds me of Spike from Land Before Time, so like it gets points for that. The Turtwig is also cute. Piplup. Piplup is adorable. Then we can add this thing to whatever. Don't really care about that. When did Staraptor get a Mega? I don't know. I'm scared to find out. But damn if that thing isn't cool. Staraptor does also go into like the Team Regulars ones. I'm very fond of Staraptor. I like the little feather over its hair, like a weird cowlick. The Staravia though, I don't like its smug aura, Charlie. I don't like it. Not one bit. Fucking derpy star here. Can't remember the names. We're getting to the point where I don't remember, where I'm gonna have trouble remembering some of these things' names. And that should go to show you how often I actually got around to playing Gen 4. I liked Gen 4. I had a lot of fun with Gen 4. I don't remember too much about my Gen 4 playthroughs. Bidoof is cute. Bidoof can go. Oh god, I gotta yawn. Oh god, this is like so much brain power. Just casually chat about and work through. Like normally I would just be sorting this out on a normal basis while I watch, I don't know, it's just an video. But I'm doing this and I'm talking and we're yapping. So, yeah. Frigatoon is just one that I'm not a huge fan of. Like, it is a bug type. It makes a something like that when it comes into play. Like, the sound is iconic. But it's just so bad. It's not even, like, fun to use the way that Butterfree is. This is just a bad bug. Jinx is... cute. Actually, let's see. You also get to go into the cute tier down here. And then Luxray. Luxray was a very, very fun Pokemon to play with. You get to go up here. You know what's funny? I have seen some of those. I made a Pokemon team with so-and-so's favorite Pokemon that Wolfie VGC has done before. I've seen some of those. I think that they are great videos for like doing collabs and also introducing people into doing the doubles format. Like what he did with Jaden. It's a really nice cross-pollination thing because she is a huge Pokemon fan. I don't doubt that he would be able to make one out of mine. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know if most of these Pokemon are even going to be in the same pool for like the given format that would work out with. Also, as a note, I just put the Roserade and the Badoo in here. These are the baby Pokemon and the evolved form of Roserade in particular. Where did Roserade? I like this. I like that they gave Roserade a pre-evolution and an evolution in the same generation. I think it's really cool. Alright, we got more fossils. Rampardos, you get to go into the cool tier, just like Cranidos. Weirdly enough, I am not as big a fan on the Shieldon, even though that's probably the better Pokemon. Actually, you know what? This one's cute. Badoo is the devil in the card game. It was the most used Pokemon in 2025. In Magic terms, they have an attack that for 0 mana blocks your enemy from using any artifacts during their turn. Oh. So it's a no energy attack where they can't use any of their supporters. Is that... Well, is it that they can't use supporters or that they can't use items? Like held items? Like you can give me the actual Pokemon terminology with it. I played the Pokemon card game a bit. Items? Ah, okay. So for no energy, you can just like block all of their items. That's crazy. God. I love the designs on all these little Burmese. I love the designs, but god damn it. God damn it. These things are just like not good. And considering that I have done a few different bug-only playthroughs, that's saying quite a bit. Actually, you know what? You know what? I think I have an idea. Chat. Hey, this is the perfect time for it too. Okay, so I need to explain this real quick. First of all, this song. This is a song called Buck Bumble theme. This is the theme song for the Buck Bumble video game. And I heard this song for the first time in a Hollow Knight video. The minimum percentage Hollow Knight video. Where part of the video is just literally the player farming bees in the hive in Hollow Nest to farm all of the essence that they need for a complete run. So that's the first thing. Second of all, I love Combi. I love Combi and Vespa Queen because, get this, Jackie loves bees. She loves bees. She's gotten to the... We've started watching bee rescue videos on YouTube because bees are so cute. Bees are wonderful. I love bees. Honeybees in particular. Not African bees. Fuck those things. But honeybees are so great and wonderful. And they leave honey. And honey is so sweet and yummy. These have different evolution according to their sex because the female bagworms just live their life happily being a bagworm. Meanwhile, the male turns into a moth to go and look for ladies. Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't mention that the motham. I normally really like moths, but because of like the whole Wormadam line, I just couldn't get into using it regularly. Which is a shame because, like, you know, I love Beautyfly and Dustox. I just, actually, you know what? Actually, I am going to bump these guys down, actually. I'm going to bump these guys down to neutral. I'm going to leave the Burmese at cool design because I think they are really cool design. But I am just so lukewarm on the Wormadams that they do not deserve to be that high. Bees, though. Bees. So, if I try another Nuzlocke, what I might end up doing is I might try bug runs specifically. Trying to do Nuzlocks with bug runs. That might be more my wheelhouse. Because it cuts down on the options or encounters significantly. Uses a type that I'm very familiar with and love quite a bit. And gives me a challenge to use those favorite Pokemon for. So if I do another Nuzlocke run, that'll be that. Pachirisu was Gen 4? Forgot about that. Weasel is cute. I'm kind of whatever on Floatzel though. They do make some really cool sounds though. Cherry Bloom is whatever. Cherry Bloom is whatever. The Cherry Blossom though. The Cherry Blossom that comes out with the sun. Adorable. Love that. The Gastrodons are sadly whatever. Like I know that, like, yeah, you know, Transpride and all that with you know the East and the West versions. I'm just not into slugs. And Bipoms, kind of whatever. I think the Drifloon is cool. The Drifloon duo is cool. Like literally just a balloon that carries off kids. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Lopunny. Oh my god, guys. Can we had a cute rabbit, right? Like we had a cute rabbit, and then we got Lopunny, and then people got weird about Lopunny. I just, guys, come on. Like, I get it. People are gonna be people and all that, but like, did we have to like really get into that? Miss Magus fucks though. Miss Magus absolutely. We're not really getting into like a lot of Pokemon that I used, which makes me think that I might need to go back and play some of these older gens more and experiment more with those generations of Pokemon. There's so many human adults in this series. Why go for the pets? I mean, it depends, right? Honchkrow is also like another one that I like. Actually, Miss Magus and Honchkrow, this is kind of kicking off the line where they brought in evolutions of Johto Pokemon in this gen, and I love them. And I kind of want to go back and replay those games so I can play with the evolutions some more. Lamion and Puruglia, kind of whatever. Not really big on the Chimbo. Stunky is Beldon's kind of cool. I like Giant. I mean, if you know, like, if you've read the things that got leaked from the Pokemon Company, then you know that, yeah, there's some validity to that whole little, at one time, humans and Pokemon were actually one thing, maybe, possibly. We did get some more baby Pokemon. I'm Juniors, whatever, but I like Happy Knee. I think Happy Knee's Chatot. Oh my god, remember when people were like using swears on their Chatots? Spiritomb is so fucking cool though. I forget what the condition for getting Spiritomb was, but I also remember that it was really cool. Well enough to make Cynthia seem. The fucking Garchomp though. The fucking Garchomp though. Chat, you know what I say. Pseudo Legends. I love Pseudo Legends, and I went out of my way to use a Garchomp. I didn't care that Cynthia was already using a Garchomp. The fact that Garchomp was a Pseudo Legend and a fucking cool-ass Landshark Dragon, absolutely needed that on my team. Like real parrots? Yeah, teaching real parrots to do it. The fuck is this? I recognize Mega Garchomp, but the fuck is this? Is that like Mega Garchomp Z? It has to be, right? Yeah, it has to be. Weirdly enough, Mega Garchomp Z? Okay, I thought so. I thought so. I am not a fan of Mega Garchomp. In fact, from what I remember hearing, isn't like Mega Garchomp actually just worse than running base Garchomp? Because not only does it use your Mega slot, it just does something to Garchomp that actively makes it worse. Regular one has a strong jaw, the new one is more slim like a Plang. Huh. Munchlax is kind of whatever. I'm not a Lucario fan, like, at all. I don't bear Lucario any ill will. And I don't have the furry bait vibes from it, even though Lucario does get furry baited quite a bit. But I'm also just kind of like mid on it. Hatsune Miku! Is that what the Lucario? Wait, what? What's the connection between Hatsune Miku and fucking Lucario? You're gonna have to inform me on that one. I'll put the hippo down on the spectrum here. Scorpy. No, we're not up to Gen 5 just yet. Scorpy's cute. Scorpy can cute too. But I am actually not a fan of Drapion, like whatever. Like, I don't like that Drapion's arms come out of its fucking head. The Mega Blue Lucario kind of looks like Miku. Oh, yeah, you're right. It does. It does. Okay, that's kind of cool. Not enough to change my disposition on it, but that's kind of cool. Let's see. Oh, I remember. Safari Zone. Safari Zone in, like, the swamp. Croagunk and Toxicroak are actually cool. In fact, I remember using Toxicroak in my team. And if I were to go back to Gen 4, like, I would see Toxicroak, and I would be like, oh, yeah, fuck yeah, give me that stabby boy. Carnivine was just, like, discount Victory Bell in Diamond and Pearl Adventures for James. But I like the design regardless. Chat, there are so many fucking water-type Pokemon. Like, it makes sense. Aqua life is probably some of the most diverse life on the planet Earth, second only to insects. But, like, I just don't care about water types generally. I am just really apathetic and neutral about water types. No, it's what kind of whatever. I like Abomasnow. I like Abomasnow. If it wasn't like, you know, an awful typing, I might try and find more uses for it. But one of the standouts for Gen 4 for me, no. And the Mega Evolution, like, that is a very fucking angry tree. Holy shit. Give me the fucking ice. That is a very angry tree. What the fuck? It looks like a puffed out cat. Let's see. There's Weavile. Weavile's kind of whatever. There we go. There we go. There we go. There's one of my goats. There's one of my goats right there. Good old Magnezone. I love Magnezone. I was so heartbroken when we lost Magnezone in the fight against Claire in the Heart Gold Nuzlocke that I did last year. Mega Abomasnow has a very funny deck with 40 to 50 water energies. Holy shit. Holy shit. Post about that a bit more in the server because I want to hear about that later. Lickitung Evolution is whatever. Rhydon Revolution is whatever. Growth Revolution is whatever. Electivire gets nepotism points. Electivire gets nepotism points because, like Slakoth, Electivire is my husband's favorite Pokemon. Or like either his favorite Pokemon or his second favorite Pokemon. It's one of the two. Tinkaton might have not Tinkaton. It might have been Tinka Hammer. The Hammer Pokemon. I'm pretty sure that's Tinkaton. Might have overthrown Electivire, but for now at least, Electivire is his favorite Pokemon. In fact, my wife and I commissioned some art of a OC that I made for him. Basically, be his stand-in because he doesn't actually like pictures of himself. He likes using cute girls as his avatar because he likes cute girls. Tinkatink, Tinkatuff, and Tinkaton. Okay, yes, thank you, Sam. So yeah, Electivire gets points here for being one if not his favorite Pokemon. And in fact, while I'm thinking about it, where is he? Should be around here. So ignore the Gallop Pokemon. Look at the Paldea stuff. There she is. There's Tinkaton. I'm just gonna go ahead and snipe Tinkaton right now. So yeah, Electivire and Tinkaton are two of his absolute. Magmar, you get to go into the cool design. There we go. There we go. There's Togetic. Give me that Serene Grace. Give me the flinch. Give me the flinch. Give me the flinch spam. Every day, all day, forever. Yanmega. Ooh, boy, this one gets to go into one of my absolute favorites of all time. There's something so fucking cool about Yanma going into and turning into this giant primordial thing, right? Like when you think of the word dragonfly, this is what I think of. If only because like this thing looks like the dragon version of an insect, or rather like an insectified dragon. I don't know how to explain it, but like Yanmega is absolute peak. I am sad that I could not figure out how to get one for Heart Gold. Okay, we're almost through. Evolution time. Evolution time. Let me put the Gliscor into whatever. The Mamoswine gets to go into cool territory real quick. Actually, you know what? No, Mamoswine can go into regular. I loved having Mamoswine on my team in the Heart Gold Nuzlocke. Mega win. I think I would actually be sad if they went with a Mega for Yanmega, because there is already so many Megas that I have just never used. Right? Oh, got a yawn. Oh god. We're almost to Gen 5, chat. We're almost to Gen 5. And then, like, there can't be that many Gen 6. No. There can't be that many Gen 7 Pokemon. So many of those were regional variants. Alright. Let me skip this one. If that's on. Anyway. Leafeon and Glaceon. Glaceon and Leafeon both go into team member tier. Only because, like, Espeon and Flareon are just... I love those ones so much more. I do try and use an evolution every generation that I can. But when we get to Gen 6, I'm going to get to add Sylveon to absolute favorites. And then you're going to get to see the trifecta of just, like, my 3 favorite Eevees. I'm also just... Actually, hold on. How do Glaceon and Leafeon evolve in Gen 9? Good King Magomag died for our Pom-Pom Scoopo. Yeah, how did they evolve, though? I keep forgetting. See, that is the one issue with doing these cool evolutions that evolve in certain regions. Because with the Glaceon, it's leveling up in the area with the Icy Rock. With Leafeon, it's the Moss Rock. and then you have to like find a way to do that all over again. In other gens, I don't know. Porygon Z, the Z dimension. Good to go up here. There we go. Triple Porygon. I love triple Porygon. Triple Porygon is fantastic. I never used a Gallade. Not that I can remember. But I think they're really cool, and I think the Mega is absolute fire. Yeah, Mega Gallade is absolute fire. I'm really happy that Wally got to use a Mega Gallade as opposed to a Mega Gardevoir. Leaf and Ice Stone? I hate that. I hate that. First of all, like, what even is an Ice Stone, right? I don't remember an Ice Stone actually being a thing. But to have Leafeon, have an Eevee evolve into Leafeon, when we had Leaf Stone for years and years, and then just saying like, okay, yeah, I can use the Leaf Stone now. That just, it kills my suspension of disbelief. If you must know. Probo Pass. I love the fucking stupid little mustache that it has. Leaf Stone has 8 uses. Ice Stone has 6 uses. But like, the Ice Stone was never a thing before, right? Like, we had Water Stone. We had Water Stone. And that was it. By the way, the Frostlass line here, I think this is beautiful. I think this is gorgeous. I already liked Frostlass. I am terrified by Frostlass in Scarlet, because I finally got to see my character model against the size of the Frostlass, and like, holy shit, that is fucking, this thing is fucking huge. But I also love how the Mega, this has to be the Mega version, right? Yeah, I love how the Mega looks. Guys, it's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. Bloop, 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 bloop. Rotom. I love Rotom. And I am so mad. I am so mad that Rotom has been just like exploited. I hate that Rotom has been exploited so fucking much. Ever since Gen 7, right? Ever since Gen 7, Pokemon realized that it can stick a Rotom into a device and have a device that talks to the player. I want to say it's Gen 7. I think that's what it started doing. And I hate that. I fucking hate that. I hate that my phone has a Pokemon in it that I cannot train, that I cannot use for battling. I hate that it is basically being used to shortcut smartphone technology. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Now, if there was a phone version of Rotom, I would probably feel differently. As it is right now, we have Fan Rotom, we have Icebox Rotom, Oven Rotom, Lawnmower Rotom, Wash Rotom. Rotom is the one that I actually end up using on my teams, like pretty regularly on my teams. Rotom Wash is a very good Volt Switch pivot in singles battling, so I tend to build around that. Everything else is just like cool design, kind of just like the same as the cast forms. So like, if we can find the cast form here, I am literally going to stick the other Rotom appliances there. But just know that I think that it is a crying shame that we do not get to use the Rotom in the phone as an actual Pokemon to battle with, and that it just lives in our phone as an operating system. I think that that is a missed opportunity. I think that it should literally just be a phone, and then when you catch a Rotom, you have the opportunity to integrate it into your phone software or whatever, and then it can talk. And that would be really fucking cool. In Gen 7, it was because Yokai Watch had this Ocarina of Times character called Whisper, Butler Ghost, and the Pokemon basically copied him because Whisper was really popular in those years. We got the Rotom Dex and the. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Fucking hate it if that's true. Alright. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish ranking these Gen 4 Pokemon real quick. And then I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break just to get up, stretch, walk around, de-stem. Let's do this. I'm not a huge fan of the yellow one, but I like the blue and the pink. Like what? That's Azelf, and then this is Mesprit, I think. I thought that they were like used very nicely in the story of Diamond and Pearl. They were kind of nice. I wasn't like huge onto it. Dialga, weirdly enough, I'm also not like a Dialga or a Palkia fan. They had a cool striking resemblance at first. What the... Is this Legends Art? This has to be like Legends Arceus stuff, right? I don't know what the fuck these are. But they look like Legends Arceus variants. But no, I am weirdly enough kind of on Dialga and Palkia. They don't have the same striking design that Groudon and Kyogre have. I think because Kyogre and Groudon were based on something much more tangible and these are much more abstract, it's a lot harder to grasp exactly what they're going. The Centaur Palkia is scary, looks like a Roman statue. That is true, I agree with that. Heatran, I don't really care about Heatran. I kind of don't like the whatever this is. This is like, this isn't a Mega, this is like a Hisuian? Is that what the term was? This might be like a Hisuian Metatran? I'm not sure. Regigigas is fine. Giratina, though. Giratina kind of fucks. Giratina has like the majesty that you want a trilogy type tier Pokemon to have. Unlike the Rayquaza. This one actually scared me a lot for the first time. It's Mega Heatran? That is so weird. I always associate Heatran as like a as a legend. So like finding out that some of these legends end up getting Megas has always been weird to me. Latios and Latias having Megas is kind of like that. I'm kind of whatever on Cresselia. I'm kind of whatever on Manaphy and Fion. Darkrai is also kind of whatever. And part of that is because some of these are event Pokemon that I never really got at. What the fuck is that? Some of these are event Pokemon that I never got a chance to really use or get to know. Arceus is fine. Bit of an odd design for God, but like, you know, I don't have to work through my disbelief to make it. I like Victini though. I like Victini. I like it enough that when I said earlier that I don't use any legends, that is still true. But I would make an exception for Victini. Their Mega Stones, I think, come from another dimension. Mega Darkrai with Air Eye closed. Their eyes open. It looks like Kirby Final Boss. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. This is only going to get bigger as we go through some of the Galarian Pokemon. Like, when we get to Gen 8, that's when I kind of expect this to explode. Because I am just not going to be familiar with some of these. Okay, but that's it. We're through Gen 4, which was honestly a really quiet gen for me. I really don't remember playing through Gen 4 all that much. Like, everyone remembers Cynthia, right? Everyone remembers Cynthia and her Garchomp. Everyone thinks about Regigigas, the Dark World, not the Dark World, alternate dimension that Giratina's in. I don't know. I don't remember Gen 4 all that well in terms of like what actually happens inside of it. Well, most of what I remember is just, yay, Gen 2 Pokemon got evolutions in Gen 4 and they're really fucking cool. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're gonna come back and tackle what is possibly one of my favorite generations of all time, Gen 5. Be right back. Time is just a little bit of a factor right now. Put the banished malicious back on top. And then activate. Ooh. Ooh, Nelly. Ooh, Nelly. And are we just gonna like completely time out here? Oh my god, it's got.
And it's there for a big conversion on.
Get your head out of the gutter. God, I wish Cook would cook a little more often. You realize how game-changing that would be if we could just get like an actual. Oh my god! Front point! Go! 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 Go!
Touchdown.
Holy
Visiting
shit!
team.
When you talk about a dangerous act, this is what you have to be able to do. Not only get out there and outrun the defense, but have the power to.
And chat, if you're just hanging around, don't let this man terrorize you. Don't let this man terrorize you. Stand up. Wait, no, Okay, so I was kind of right. It's like right there. Now, notably, there are no hooks for me to actually grab, but... Terrorize? Hey, yo, Jess, you've been on the Transformers kick. I would have thought that you would actually be all about terrorizing, what with, you know, Megatron having dinosaur dragon parts. Cleanse are a gift? Then where's the receipt? Yeah, Beast Wars really is the best show. Alright, then we'll go ahead and we'll swing in. We're not going to be blocking the Scarab. Oh! Oh! Oh, they didn't have the mana to pay for Pact! Oh my! Well, that's not exactly how, we were hoping to win that, but... Oh my, okay. Okay. Alright, now this is spicy. We can actually cast Sarah's Emissary.
Mm-hmm.
The question...
I don't...
Yeah. The question...
What we're calling. Yes.
So, like, they obviously haven't really played creatures. Creatures are typically what you would name with Sarah's Emissary, because it just completely shuts off any, like, aggro they could have.
Mm-hmm.
But given that they literally have only been playing the Mirror Triton, I'm able to think that they're on either some sort of Reanimator deck, or they just have a lot of control in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna say Instance.
That sounds reasonable, yes.
And if they have like an Edict effect or something like that, then Emissary wasn't gonna stick around anyway.
Mm-hmm. At the very least, she is a must-answer threat.
Oh, well, they just answered
Well,
her. And potentially subscribe. I don't have like any sort of like fancy post-editing to do, like a, hey, y'all, let's be sure to smash that like bucket. Like bucket? Likes are buckets? Yeah. Yep. We jumped the fences, we can get some rupees back. Alright. So, first things first. Oh, sorry, Fauna. Okay, let's build up some speed. Am I trapped? I am not. Excellent. That would be a clever trap. Whoops! Accidentally, trapped the player. The way that you constantly re-equip everything. So then... Wait. I'm not actually trapped, am I? Wait. Hook shot out of the hole. Thinking about it. But like... There Wait a second. What? No. We can't hook shit out of the hole because we're floating in the water. On the ground, though, now? Well, wait. Okay, you know what? That might... I could just be, like, a total bimbo right now, and that could actually just factually be it. Oh my god, that was actually just a... That was just it. I am the bimboiest bimbo that ever bimboed. Alright. Wouldn't you know, chat? I went out to the living room to stretch, take a breather, pick up my wife. She started playing Death Stranding. Also, I went to have a bit of chocolate. I think I heard somewhere that chocolate is actually good for, like, when your brain has overworked itself. Something like that. So hopefully that helps out more than just, like, chug an energy drink. Okay. Ow. Crunchy, 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 crunchy. Playing Death Stranding in the living room, playing Life Stranding in the death room. Yeah, this certainly feels like the death room. I knew that this was gonna, like, take its toll on me. I didn't expect, like, to have 2 hours left and to only be less than halfway through the generations. We're currently done with Gen 4. We gotta get through Gen 5 now. So let's get to it, shall we? Alright. Starting with these starters, what the fuck are you? The fuck are you? Are these the ZA evolutions? That has to be what it is, right? These have to be like ZA Megas or something? Or you're a Hisuian version, I think? Maybe? Yeah, I think you're a Hisuian Samurott. Okay. Well, let's just let's go ahead and get this established once again. I always pick the fire starter. I think the fire starter is very cute. Mega Embor and Hisuian Samurott. Okay, that's what I thought it was. I think Superior is a cool Pokemon. I am lukewarm on all the water starters. For the most part, I am just like, I just do not care about these things. I actively do not like Emboar or Tepig. This is a case of a four-legged Pokemon standing up, and I do not like that. On the flip side, though, I do like that Snivy starts with legs and then loses those legs. So that is upside for Snivy line. Superior does have arms, but they're retractable. Well, no, those are vines. Those would be vines then. Bulbasaur had vines. This is Patrat, right? Yeah, I was kind of mid on Patrat. Kind of the same with the Herdier line. Okay, yeah. I'm getting notifications on my phone for like the IRS stuff, but like I don't live in the States, so I don't file American taxes anymore. Purloin. This is odd. I like Gen 5 a lot, but I think that's skewed. I think it's very skewed, actually. And I'm going to talk about why that is here in a second. The elemental monkeys. I think I'm lukewarm on all the actual evolutions. I'm a little disappointed by how they look in their evolution versions, but I do love how they look as just Pansage, Pansear, and Pampool. They look cute in their pre-evolved forms. And I like that the first gym of Gen 5 basically challenges you to adjust and not just use your starter, because then whoever you battle with will just fucking cream you. You're just kind of whatever. I think the tapir motive here is a lot nicer looking than the drowsy hypno version. This is the what was this? P-Dove? I don't remember the name. I want to say it's like P-Dove or something like that. I like the P-Dove, and then I was actually really disappointed by how the evolution line looked. Wait, what? Oh, right, because there was a male and a female variant, wasn't there? Zeb Striker is cool though. Zeb Striker as an electric zebra has flame charge. I think that was all right. Hand Sage, or some people call them Bi-Sage. True. Rock and Rolla. I wasn't huge on Rock and Rolla, but I did like that this was just kind of like a giant rock castle thing. Swoobats. I'll put Swoobat here. Or, no, Woobat? I think this is Woobat. One of us Swoobat, the other's Woobat. This is where, like, I think my taste for some of these Pokemon falls off a little bit because they feel like ideas that have been done before. Like, I wasn't huge on Rock and Roll because it was just like, oh, this is just like, it's like the Geodude line. Or it's like the Zubat line. And, like, there have been Pokemon that have done that before, so it's not like a new thing. But it made it harder to want to, like, latch on. Like, Audino is cute, kind of, but it also reminds me too much of Chansey to really, like, stand out on its own. Kind of the same with the, I think this is the Timber line. I wasn't a huge fan of this. I used Seismitoad. I like Seismitoad, okay. Seismitoad was making the team here. But at the same time, it's just like, oh, okay, it's Poliwhirl again. It's weird. I shouldn't be feeling like that. But that is the truth. Like, Sock and Throw. Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee again. Okay. I liked Lavani. Lavani was a saving grace here. Lavani was making the team. Lavani being a grass and bug that looked just cool. I was into it. I'm kind of like whatever on Sawaddle. But the no, Sawaddle was the first stage. This one's cute. This one's adorable. I like that one. But the Hermit one, the Hikikomori version, the pressed one, it's kind of whatever. I'm not a fan of the Centipede here. Like, I know they have a good ability, I just don't care. Venipede, Whirlipede. I'm going to assume that's another Mega, but I'm putting it in the what the fuck tier. The Whimsicott, the good old Prankster duo. I don't really care all that much about. Patella was fine, whatever. Lilligant though, Lilligant was on the team. At one point, it was like, oh yeah, Lilligant, my homegirl. She's doing the quiver dance thing. This is one where I actually ended up liking this gen more for a specific reason rather than like the overall stuff. Minccino. This one gets added in because of wife reasons. She loves Cinccino. The evolved form here. So these get in on the nepotism. Yep, it's a Mega. Yep. The thing with Gen 5 is that they wanted to do a whole new set of Pokemon, but they just remade Gen 1. Yeah. So, like, I like that they did this in a way that it was all new Pokemon. It was all new Pokemon, no repeats, none of the National Dex Pokemon, just all new original Pokemon. I loved that. It is just a shame that, like you said, they just remade Gen 1 again. Hold on. Real quick, chat, I'm going to add a special row below. And I'm going to let the smooth sound of Belatro just like, there we go. Presented without commentary. That's the Hisuian. She fights with her legs. Oh, the Hisuian Lilligant. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan on the design like at all. Maybe I'll feel differently when I actually get around to playing Legends Arceus. Okay, that's funny. What's funny is that the ducklet here is not a bit. It is not a bit. I just fucking hate this thing. I hate this thing so fucking much, chat. Okay, chat. I'm gonna crash out for a second. I was playing through Pokemon Black, and I was trying a I don't remember what I was doing. It might have been a challenge run or something like that. This was before I was doing any sort of like Nuzlocke or whatever. I was playing against a random trainer who had a ducklet, and this thing like KO'd my my zebra. My electric zebra, like almost instantly. And I looked at my team, looked for the next thing to switch into, and I was like, oh shit, ducklet hard counters literally everything else on my team. The first time in over 10 years that I was KO'd by a random trainer was because of a fucking ducklet. And ever since then, I have hated this fucking thing. And then that didn't change when I watched the anime, by the way. When, you know, I found out that there's apparently like a troll trio of ducklets that torment Ash and everyone else. Like, no, I fucking hate this thing. I fucking hate it. This is not a bit. I fucking hate this thing. Anyway. The Basculins. Basculins are fairly cool. What the fuck is this? Is this like a Mega Basculin or something? Or is this like a... No, this isn't a Paradoxmon. I don't know what the fuck this is. Sandow's kind of eh. I think it's kind of cute, but like... You know what? I'll put the Sandow in the cute. Hisuian Basculin? It's white? I mean, aren't most fish white? I guess that makes sense. Red, blue, white. Red, white, and blue. It's French colored? White lines? Okay, that kind of makes sense. I'm gonna leave it there because that's still my initial impression, but like... Damn. Domoran, I'm not big on these either. I do kind of like the whole like they are stones and stuff, but then that just reminded me of the Voltorbs. This is a regional variant, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's a regional variant. I don't know what the fuck this is. Cacnea is also kind of whatever. Reminded me of the cactus from Gen 4. Crustle though. Crustle gets to go at the top of team regulars. I love me some Crustle. Crustle is like the fact that his shell smash is so great, but also it's a type of Pokemon that we just have not seen before with bug and rock. You love it. You love to see it. God, Gen 5 was great because it gave me so many great bug type Pokemon. That is why I love Gen 5 so much. It was a bug lover's dream. Like, we got the Dwebble, and then we also got, oh my god, the Voltic. I'm just gonna go ahead and snipe this Voltic real quick. This Voltic gets to come and hang out up all the way up here with Dwebble because it is adorable. And then Galvantula, even though Galvantula is like super fragile, you can use it as a sacrifice lead. And then the compound eyes also makes it easier to land thunder. See how the red Daruma turns into a blue ball? The ice Daruma turns into a snowman. Oh, okay. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Okay. Yeah, Scrafty can go into the cute tier. Put Scrafty into the cute tier. So many of these like first evolution Pokemon do a good job of just like selling how cute the Pokemon can be. Okay, I kind of like how this one looks. This one has to be either a regional variant or a mega evolution, but I like it. Ooh, the Psyglyph though. Okay, so this was one of the few Pokemon that I thought was like really fucking cool from Gen 5. Like more of this, please. More of this to help Gen 5 like really stand out from the Mega. The hoodie is the skin the gecko is shedding. Gotcha. Let's see. Yamask, Configurus. I'm kind of also lukewarm on those, so we're just gonna go ahead and stick all of these into that tier. Weirdly enough, even though I love fossil Pokemon, this one kind of gets the cold shoulder because it's a water type. I do think that that the fetus bird here is worth putting into cool design territory. I am going to put Trubbish into nepotism. This is yet another one of my wife's favorite Pokemon. It's just a cat. It's a garbage. It's a cat. It looks like garbage, but it's a cat. And she loves that it's Garbage Kitty. Actual garbage Troubadour though, like there's something I do not care about for that. The Zoro though. The Zoro though gets Q points. The Zorok I also get as a cool bonus, less so on the Hisuian versions. Or no, that's not the Hisuian version. Wasn't this like the Alola version? Yeah, I think this was the Alola version. I am less hype about that. Gothita, why? This reminds me of like a mix between Jinx and Mime again, just like more human-shaped Pokemon. Giant Trash in England is so funny. It is Hisuian? Okay, so yeah, these are Hisuian versions. Gotcha. Reneglus though. I like this one. This one feels different enough from like an Alakazam or something like that I can respect it. Because it looks just like a cell that's dividing. I like the Goths, they're cute. Yeah, they're cute, but it's like I just don't like it when Pokemon are human shaped. And at least this one I'm like, it's kind of as opposed to just outright I do not want. Swanna is whatever. Ice cream cones, I don't hate this. I don't like the jokes about like, oh, it's ice cream, you just eat it. And, you know, we're eating Pokemon, and that's whatever. I'm not a huge fan on the Deerlets, but I do like the Sauce Bucks. So we're gonna go ahead and put all of these Sauce Bucks into cool design territory. Yeah? Yeah. Let's go and put these into spring, winter, summer, fall. Oh my god, I'm scrolling so much. Understandable, they're more like Digimon. Yeah. If it's a Digimon, I'm cool with that. If it's a Digimon, I'm cool with that. I have made my peace with that. By the way, we're gonna go ahead and do like spring, summer, sauce. No, autumn would be. Okay, yeah. Summer, autumn, winter, spring. That's sauce book. There we go. Emolga's an electric rat. Don't care about that. Carablast is fine, but I'm not huge on it. Excavalier though. Excavalier, though! Oh my god. We're eating so good. We are eating so goddamn good for quality bug types in Gen 5. Oh god. I love that the Carablast fucking steals the Shaman's armor during the link trade and turns into the Excavalier. While the other one, now that it doesn't have to carry around that heavy plating, turns into a Selgor. I fucking love that. That is so unique and inspired. It's fantastic. Mushrooms are whatever. Jellyfish are whatever. I kind of like that they have like different colored variants. But it's just like not enough of a difference. This is another flatfish. I do not like flatfish. Ferrothorn is whatever. But I'll put the evolved form into will make my team. Because like it's just a really good defensive Pokemon. Hala Momola is Chansey from the seas. See? You get it. You get it. Cling though. Oh my god. So like I like it when the Pokemon are artificial, kind of like Magneton and Magnezone. In fact, this can go ahead and hang up here with Magneton and Magnezone. I could not tell you why that doesn't work for like garbage to me though. Maybe part of it is that like I like the idea of the whole, you know, objects coming to life, yokai style. But when it's actual factual garbage, that's littering, you know? Like it's your litter coming to life versus just like the machines that you take care of coming to life. Kind of, maybe. Like they have actual factual keys. Timora's whatever. The electric eels are also kind of whatever. That kind of goes for like this mega evolution version, whatever. LGM and BGM, I think, are cool concepts, but I don't have any particular attachment to them. Litwick, though. Litwick is fucking adorable. You know what? At one point, Jackie said that her favorite Pokemon was Litwick. I think that's been supplanted pretty quickly by Combee. But I am going to put Litwick here in honor of that. And then we can go ahead and put the Chandelure into the team build. And then is that a fucking Mega Chandelure? Sure fucking looks like it. That thing is sick as hell. So Mega Chandelure, you go up here in the cool designs. I have never used you, but I see you. Mega Chandelure is a yes? Okay, yet another Mega that I am going to have a hard time finding any time to actually like play around with. This was like the first pseudo legend line that I just like did not actually use. Probably because Volcarona like took that spot. Volcarona took the spot of like the pseudo legend that I usually play with. Shelmet is cute. Shelmet gets to go up here. And then we're going to grab the Acelgor right away, and the Acelgor gets to go all the way up. Let's go all the way up to Team Regulars. I love these two. I love them so much. They are best friends. They get to hang out and they are mutually beneficial. Her trainer is very gay in ZA. The Mega Chandelure? Oh my. Oh my. Chat. This Cubchoo is so fucking adorable. I love Cubchoo. But I am so ambivalent about Bear Arctic. Like the fact that its beard is just like frozen water. It's just like, it doesn't do it for me. Cryogen feels kind of bland or whatever. I'm not a fan of like the Stunfisk, either of them. The Mienfoo is whatever. Drogul's whatever. I like the Golurk. I think the Golurk, and I guess that's a Mega Golurk. These are giant clay robot designs that I like quite a bit. I think these are cool. So let's see then. What else we got here? Honard and Bisharp. Bisharp gets to go into the cool tier. King Gambit. I don't know how I feel about King Gambit. I'm kind of whatever on the Poniard. I'm kind of whatever on the King Gambit. But Bisharp, this is a weird case where the middle evolution is the one that I actually like best. Mega Golurk, yes. All right. Buffalont. This is an easy one to put into the good design tier. We get to put the Rufflet and the Braviary. Those also get to go into the cool design tier. Easy. I might be just a little bit biased. That's whatever. Actually, hold on. Was that a, what are you? This is like a Iswing version, maybe? I'm not sure. Poniard has blades in their belly to stab people when hugging them. Ouch. I'm not a fan of Volibee. I'm not a fan of the diaper look. I'm whatever on the Anteater. The actual ant, though. The actual ant, though. You are also on my team. Look at all these fantastic bugs. These were the bugs that I ran for my bug-only playthrough of Black and White. Oh, it's the Hisswing Braviary? Gotcha. Fun fact. Up until Gen 5, I was playing with a male avatar because I was assigned male at birth, right? Like, I'm trans. Everyone here knows that. When I was playing Black and White, and I decided that what I wanted to do was play an all-bug playthrough with a Volcarona that I could hatch from the very beginning, I was like, actually, you know what? I'm going to play with a girl avatar this time to help set it apart from the previous run that I did, where I had the male avatar. And then Black and White 2 came out, and I did a girl avatar again, and I've been using girl avatars ever since then. So, in a lot of sense, Gen 5 and Volcarona are when I started, I came out in Pokemon. That was probably one of my first transitions. The second one was in Fire Emblem Awakening, when I had a very, very androgynous Robin. But that's neither here nor there. Mandibuzz in Japanese has a name that comes from Vulture plus Regina, as in Queen. But the word they come up with is Volgina! That's funny. That's funny. That is a thing. Alright. I like Hydreigon. Hydreigon is another slam dunk good Pokemon. There are some good Pokemon designs in here. Not nearly as much as what Hoenn has, but enough. I was not a fan of, weirdly enough, I was not a fan of Dino or the second evolution. I think it's the fact that they have this weird emo hair covering their eyes. I don't like that. I don't like that. Larvesta is baby. Larvesta is baby, but it is getting in on the nepotism tier because it is riding off of the coattails of Volcarona. So let it be known. Let it be known that. Actually, hold on. You know what? You are getting bumped. Actually, we're gonna stick you down here with some of the other Gen 3 Pokemon. Yeah, get those rats out of here. I'm coming around on how I'm sorting this out, actually. Aaron, you can actually go up here because you're cute. Pupitar, I don't want to spend too much time at. Where was I? Larva says interesting because it's a worm, but they don't get a cocoon stage. Yeah, yeah, I thought that too. I thought it was odd that they didn't have like an immunity stage to Volcarona like some of the other pseudo legends. But I also was just like kind of fine with it. I didn't need that. Oh god, I am so whatever on the Three Musketeer Pokemon too. I actively do not like the Jin. Okay. Okay. So I do not like the Jin's like Cloud Goku forms. I love their animal forms, right? I think that these are actually good designs when they are closer to aminals. You are free to disagree, but that is how I operate. And so, you know, a Landorus Tiger, I would probably be a lot more okay with using than like a Landorus Jin. Love both of the pink one forms. Let's see, the pink one forms was the what? Is there a pink one? It feels like it might be a Galarian thing that I haven't gotten to yet. I like Rishram and Zekrom too. Like as far as box art legends go, these two are so much stronger in design to me than Dialga and Palkia. Because it matches much more with, you know, Pokemon Black and White. Hey, guess what? Black and white. And maybe they have some abstractness that they represent. But it works. I am whatever on like the fusions and the actual Kyurem. Keldeo, I am similarly like, I don't have any particularly strong feelings on. The Meliot, I like the base green hair version. If that makes sense. Okay. We're almost done with Gen 5. We're almost done with Gen 5 and get on the Gen 6. We just have one last one, and it is good old fashioned Gen Sect. This one gets to go all the way up here with the other bugs. Because it is the only like mythical bug that we ever got. We don't have any legendary bugs, but we have one mythical bug. They're inspired in the four symbols, magical enemies from Chinese mythology. The white tiger, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black turtle with a snake tail. See, I can appreciate that, but I don't think I've even seen the pink one yet. Like, if I try and like take a sneak peek down further below, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Or like maybe I would be able to find it, but okay, I think I see it now. That's going under the what the fuck tier. Gen check has to be a Mewtwo Kabutops. What did they mean by this? Okay. Gen 5 is done. Phew. This is going to be a lot. There are there are so many Pokemon that I just like am not a fan of compared to the ones that I do like. The ones I like are so small in comparison. And like a good half of them are fucking Kanto Pokemon. That's wild. And then it's just like the actual designs. Owen is still like the clear winner. Crazy. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready to try and take on Gen 6? Because I promise you, this is where things are gonna get really, really, oh no. There's barely anything in Gen 6. Holy shit. There's barely anything in Gen 6 from the looks of it. You know how Mewtwo is a man-made Pokemon based from another one? Gensect is a bug with scythe instead of hands. It was wearing a robotic armor. That's a Kabutops. Huh. Guess I hadn't considered that. Okay, real quickly, I'm gonna put Delphox here into the cool design territory. This is a this is a weird one because this is a Pokemon that starts on 4 legs and then stands up, but it's using a tool, right? It's using a wand for fire, and weirdly enough, that makes me kind of okay with it. Like, it still looks very animal-y. It doesn't look overtly human. I don't know. There's something about that that makes it okay for me. I'm going to assume that this is a Mega, but this goes into the what the fuck are you tier. I have not been introduced to it, and I'm just kind of going off the vibe that it is a ZA Mega, which is first of all really cool. Second of all, the fuck are you? The fuck are you? No, you go into the actually do not, because you're the fucking Ash. I am not a fan of any of the Gen 6 starters, with the exception of that Delphox. Actually, you know what? Brokey, Greninja, and then put the rest of the foxes into the good fox tier. There we go. I actually do like the designs here. I like the designs of the fire one. I do not like any of the other ones. No qualifications. Witches are cool. Also, foxes are like shapeshifters in Japanese mythology. That's true. That's true. That might have something to do with it. I am not a fan of Bunnelby. I think Middle Evolution is whatever. I like the Flamehawk. The Flamehawk was making my team. Let's go ahead and get you on to the team tier. And then the Fleshing is adorable. I saw the episode that I saw the video that Wolfie put up where the Fletchling was actually the only normal type that he could use on the team. It was adorable. It was cute. Chespin and Froakie found in the gutter. It's true. It's true. Froakie, maybe you can kind of get... Actually, you know what? Okay, you know what? Maybe that was a little harsh for me. I'll put Froakie into the I think this is cute territory. But the evolutions can stay in the gutter. Because I am just, like, not a fan at... Did I not shuffle this? Too late. Anyway, I love Pavilion. Pavilion absolutely makes the team. Look at all these good-ass bugs. So good. It's like an upgraded Butterfree in some way, in some fashions. I think I remember seeing that there are more use cases for Pavilion in competitive than Butterfree. It's never going to overthrow Butterfree for me in terms of like my absolute favorites, and I think that's probably just exposure. But Pavilion absolutely gets the job done. The pre-evolutions, not so much. This is going to be a use of the Nepo tier, because both of these are just like they're extensions of Pavilion. I see them and I go, "Oh, you evolve into Pavilion, therefore I like you." That's what we're going to use that for. I am not a fan of the Pyroar, but like at least they're actual lions, so I don't mind as much. It's like that's whatever. Flowet, I'm also just kind of whatever on. They're really small and cute, but I'm not a fan of this one though. This one, oh, that's right. This was the series. This was the generation when Fairy was introduced. Yeah, like the Kiddo, the Sparkiddo or whatever, and then the Go-Goat. Those clear. Those clear. Absolutely. Pavilion is number 666. I forgot about that. I forgot that Pavilion was number 666. Excellent. Go-Goat absolutely makes the roster though. Go-Goat is a good Pokemon. Pancham, you are also in the cute territory. I'm finding that I like a lot of Pokemon just because they're base evolution Pokemon that are cute. I am starting to think that I might very much be yes, I keep a cute Pokemon as a pet type trainer as opposed to the rough and tumble competitive type player. Okay, how could you not like Esper though? How can you not like Autism Cat? Autism Cat clears. Autism Cat goes. Meow it. I don't hate it, but like it's not exactly inspiring any huge feelings in me. Those are kind of whatever. I unequivocally love the Honage line. The Honage line, you get to actually. I'm just gonna shove all of the Honages into that top tier. Like 1 sword, 2 sword, 3 sword. I am a sucker for object is a Pokemon that makes sense to me specifically. Like the keyring Pokemon. I'm a little like, Klefki, that's what it is. Klefki. I'm not really big on like Klefki, but Honedge, yeah, Honedge is my shit. Kangaroo is just Jotaro Kujo. Oh my god, he is. He is Jotaro. But I haven't seen part 3 yet, so like I can't actually like use that as an excuse to like him. Okay, I don't like this thing, whatever this is. I don't like its aura. Let's see, this cream puff thing. That's I feel like they went a little crazy with doing the fairy types here. Fuck is the fuck is that? Man, these megas, they're getting out of hand, man. They're getting fucking out of hand. Sea Dragon. I did not. Oh my god. Chat, I'm kind of realizing that I really did not interact with Gen 6 like at all. Okay, the Clawitzer. The Clawitzer I do remember and I do think is fucking sick. That's our friend Mega Malamar. Everyone loves Mega Malamar. Not like they're using mind control on us or anything. God damn it. But no, I really did not interact with Gen 6 like hardly at all. Now, I like Tyrant. I like Tyrant and this thing. I don't remember what its name is off the top of my head, but I remember liking it. The T-Rex fossil looking thing. And I do love me some fossil Pokemon. Let's see, which means that the pre-evolution goes into Cuter. And then, you know what? I'll put the other fossil in there. I never played with the other fossil, but that is still a good design. I still like that. That's Abba Red. That's Abba Red. Yep, that's true. That's true. All right, chat. I know I've already told you, but like, shock among shockers, the trans girl loves Sylveon. What a shocker. Absolute plot twist out of nowhere. It's like the most viable of any of the EV evolutions. I think it's currently tiered at underused on Smogon. Auroras, in this time of the year, in this VTuber channel, localized entirely within your tier list. Shut up. Shut up. No, Sylveon is just like absolutely making my list every generation that's available. I think Flareon would be a close second. But like Sylveon being a relevant fairy typing and also potentially being like a cleric role on a team, pretty good. I don't think it has a lot of VGC capabilities, so I might not get a chance to really use it there. But I do remember having a male Sylveon. Oh, you had a male Sylveon. Called him Iverion as an Oberon. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. I named mine Flynn because in the Wheel of Time book, there is a male caster that is just like a supporting character, but he's very good at healing magic. And I remember liking him. So I named my Sylveon Flynn. And he was a good boy. Flesh ribbons, though. Flesh ribbons, though. Okay. Halucha. Halucha! I love Halucha. I would unironically... You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Fish has been talking about how watching the WWE is no good because of how the stupid conservatism has wheels its way in. I should get her to watch Luchador with me. I should watch her to get to watch Luchadors, because like masked wrestling, oh, that is beautiful. That is chef's kiss. I love that. Now that being said, as much as I should like the Halucha Mega Evolution, that one's going into the end here for me because I just have not had a chance to really like play it. Goom! Goom! Wrestling is cool. It's like Toku. It's exactly like Toku. Like for real, for real, for real. I'm not sure how I feel about all of these slime dragons though. This was absolutely the first pseudo legend that I just did not put any effort into trying to get or grab. Left key. I don't know. On the one hand, I'm not a fan of it just like being keys. That feels way too... There's like a scale of suspension of belief I'm willing to do for Pokemon that are items. Magnemite line, Clink Clank line, Honedge line, those are fine. Clef Key, I think Clef Key just goes a little too far on that for me. The Ghost Tree, God, I should really like the Ghost Tree more than I do. But I just was so checked out of Pokemon X. And it's a shame too, because like there are good Pokemon that here, like I'm even gonna put the actually I'm gonna put the Dragon Bats here. Yeah, I'm gonna put the Dragon Bats into the cool design territory because I do really like the design. But I don't know. It's the fact that I don't have any like particularly strong associations with these, with the Ghost Pumpkin and the Tree Ghost. Makes me sad. They're snails because those middle-aged drawings of knights fighting versus giant snails. Oh my god! If that's true, I'm going to scream. If that is true, I'm going to fucking scream. Darnia, Yvelta, Zygarde. Zygarde's kind of whatever. Zygarde dog is whatever. Weirdly enough, I like Perfect Ultimate Cell Zygarde here. Weirdly enough, I just like the perfect version. The pumpkins I like because... Pumpkins you like because you like pumpkins? Honestly, fair enough. What are you? Okay, you know what? I like the Diamancy line. I think the Diamancy line looks very nice. Where is... So far, all of this has been working out, actually. So far, this has been working out. With the exception of, like, the nepotism line, which is a very small line. Like, this has ended up being a very consistent tiering for me. That's good. Hoopla. Have any strong feelings about who? I don't even know who the fuck this is. And that's already like the end of Gen 6 because god damn it, so much of what was introduced in Gen 6 were fucking megas. Zygarde dog has a green hexagon in his butt? Right in the middle? Lamau. Lamau, chat. Lamau. Alright, Gen 6 is done. Gen 6 is done. Let's take a quick look to see what's changed. Honestly, not that much. I think I only added Sylveon up here. And then up here, it's like, okay, yeah, there's the Pavilion, Go-Goat, There was the hawk, the Hone Edge line, and then the dinosaur. Yeah, not a lot of Pokemon that I absolutely love. And like the thing about the cool designs is that I can recognize them and be like, okay, yeah, I like this design. I liked it back then. I like it still now. But that's very superficial. That doesn't really say anything about the joy that I had potentially like playing with any of these Pokemon. It's just, this is my aesthetic, right? This is just my aesthetic. We get to actually go on to Gen 7. That's great. Okay, so Gen 7. This one is similarly going to be very quick, I think. I only got halfway through Gen 7. I think I got up to like Victory Road in my original playthrough. And then I quit because I realized that turning off the experience share meant I was severely underleveled for that part of the game. And also, I didn't want to grind levels again. I didn't have any motivation to do. Gen 7 is not that long because many went to Gen 1 already. That is also true. That is also true. So we already put in the work for Gen 7 already. So let's get to it. This is the Hisuian Decidueye. I know about that one already. That one's fine. And then gotcha. Okay. Incineroar is no. Incineroar is no good. In fact, I'm going to put Incineroar at the top of the no good because that is the epitome of you were a cat. You were a cat for 2 evolutions. And now you decide to stand up and become a luchador heel? No. No, no, no. We are not having that. Not in this house. I kind of like Primarina, but like, I don't have any strong feelings about Primarina. I think Litten is adorable. I will continue to only pick the fire starters until morale improves. Rowlet and Decidueye, those are also like really good designs. Like those quite a bit. We'll just go ahead and add them. Like Gen 7 specifically, because it has so many weird secondary quests, like 14 or Yakuza's game. Does it? Does it? I don't actually know. I don't actually know because I don't remember that much about playing Sun and Moon. Or even like Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And I don't even remember what the difference between the Ultra versions was supposed to be. Toucan Pokemon? Kind of cool, I guess, but like, eh. Oh my god, I remember this Mongoose thing. Mongoose Yoogoose. I remember this being called like the Trump lookalike. And I hate that so much. Ah. Alright, this bug thing's gonna get in on nepotism. Because actually, I love Charjabug, and Vikavolt is an all-star team member. I love that Charjabug is literally just a train. And then Vikavolt is yet another high-quality bug that makes me happy to be a bug aficionado. It does have, like, going into the desert with an old man and showing him a Solrock or a Lunatone. And the old man remembers he's an alien and literally goes flying into space. What the fuck? Holy shit. That's actually amazing, actually. That is actually amazing. I am now convinced that I need to go back and replay some of these Pokemon games to see if I can actually engage with them properly now that I'm a little bit better. The Crabominable Snow. They're like crabs, but they're ice, which I'm kind of fine with. We got the Dancing Birds, each of them with a different dance ribbon. the Rabumbi. This is going to be interesting. So, like, you are going to get in based on nepotism. I am going to put your flying little buggy self gets onto the team. Because you are a bug fairy type, and you, Rabumbi, are like sometimes the glue that I need to make a team work together. It's a Charge Bug episode where the trainers do races with the bugs as racing cars. Oh my god, that's adorable! I really want to watch the Alolan anime. I think after wife and I finish watching the Indigo League, I'm going to ask her to download the Alolan region. Because what I've heard about the Alolan region is that they have some really good high quality episodes. Rabumbi is not a bee, by the way. It's a bee fly, which is very fluffy and cute. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Rockruff is cute. I'm shocked that I remember Rockruff's name, but it is cute. I am ambivalent about either its evolutions. The Lichen Rock or something like that. And then the Emo Lichen Rock. And then the yet a third Lichen Rock. Oh, this is the small fish that turns into the big fish. Small fish go here, big fish go up there, because I think it's really fucking cool how they basically took the School of Fish idea from Finding Nemo and turned that into just like a singular hive mind Pokemon. Let's see, we got the poison thing here. There's a, was it Mudflap or Playfox or whatever? Okay, here we go. Dewpider. Dewpider gets in because it's cute. Araquanid, you get in because you are yet another good bug Pokemon. More importantly, you're a bug water type. You're a bug water type, which adds some really important type coverage, especially for mono bug teams. You have some really good setup moves, and you have abilities that reduce your damage to fire. Like, look at this. Gen 5, Gen 5, Gen 5, Gen 5, Gen 5, Gen 6, Gen 7, Gen 7, Gen 7. Bug types. Let me tell you. Let's see, Dustox. Yeah. God, I love bug type Pokemon, chat. I love when we get okay bug type Pokemon. Toxapex. Okay, yeah, it was called Toxapex is the one down here. Yeah, Toxapex. Araquanid is real, as in there's real spider that goes underwater to catch mosquito larvae and such. I know! I know! I can't and refuse to look at real pictures of spiders. I have severe arachnophobia. I cannot and will not look at pictures of spiders. Anyone who knows this and deliberately shows me pictures of spiders will be insta-kicked from my life. But I love spider type, but I love Pokemon. I love bug type Pokemon that are spiders. Because they are just so much easier for me to look at and handle. The Pokemon does the reverse coming out of the water? I feel like I should like these. They look like cool grass Pokemon. But I don't recognize them. Funky little mushroom guys, though. Funky little mushroom guys. I would not just like that they help reduce the number of mosquitoes. See, I'm fine with that too. I'm fine with spiders helping reduce the number of mosquitoes. I just need them to do it the fuck away from me. Nope. Do not like Salazzle. Do not like Salazzle. They took a perfectly good lizard and then it got furry baited. I guess scaly baited, but like, you know. Oh yeah, the bear that will fucking like break your back if you let it hug you. All these plants I'm not like, kind of whatever on. I don't mind as much when they're plants, weirdly enough. That kind of just like fits into the idea of like dryads or whatever. Flower tree, orangutans, goalless pot. So like, I like the little trilobite look that this thing has. It's not like trilobite. What is it? They're real things that are in the rivers and whatnot, but I just don't remember. Weirdly enough, Weirdly enough, I am mid on Goalless Pod. I'm mid on Goalless Pod. Whatever this is, it's a Mega Evolution or regional variant, whatever. I just care about Goalless Pod. The fact that Goalless Pod runs away, has that ability that forcibly switches his out when it hits like half health, is part of why I'm so mid on it. I just like, come on. This one is a sandcastle that is nowhere near as egregious to me as the other ones. Book U is kind of cute, but it's also just eh. I know what this is, and I also don't know what it is. Also, what the fuck is that? You got Koala Bear here. This is a dragon. This is like a reverse type dragon. This is a really, really round rat. Sarina is a mangosteen, which is also called the Queen of Fruits. Therefore, she's being a Sar. God damn it. That's a meteorite. They come in several colors. Huh. I don't remember this thing at all. Like, literally at all. Okay, Mimikyu is peak. Mimikyu is peak, though. Mimikyu, you can go up here to the cool design tier. You are peak. That's a Togedemaru, the electric rodent of Alola. It's a hedgehog. Ah, okay. Like, I remember this one. Oh my god. There are so many Pokemon starting in Gen 7 where I just don't know their names. And I really didn't spend all that much time learning their name. I did like less than a full playthrough for this. I spent no time getting familiar with the new generation. This is insane. I can literally see the waning of my interest in Pokemon in my lifetime right before my eyes doing this. An anchor is fine. Like, it's not even that some of these are like, you know, whatever. Like, I kind of like the design for them, but I just... What happened to me? What happened to the kid who was so excited to get Pokemon Gold for their birthday? And then, like, just, they stopped caring. They stopped caring about all the new Pokemon. They stopped caring about learning all of them, about watching the show, or anything like that. What happened to them? Like, the Suglio. I want to say that at the box cover at Legends at least look nice. So I'll give them that. Not the anchor, it's the seaweed. If you look at it directly, it looks like a pirate face. Okay, that's cool. I wish that was a detail that I could have noticed. I never saw any of the Ultra Beasts. I just did not get that far into the game. So, like, I can't appreciate that Buzzwole is a strong bug. Or this definitely not Lucamine Pokemon. I don't even know what the hell the rest of these are. Like, I know that they're Ultra Beasts, kind of. But, like, I don't recognize these as Pokemon. And that is so crazy for me. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and continue filling this out real quick, 'cause I just have no commentary. I have no commentary on pretty much any of these, huh? Like, this neutral tier is I at least recognize you, but I don't have any strong feelings, right? And then the what are you tier, this is going to be full of Pokemon that, like, I might not have even recognized are Pokemon. The Ultra Beasts are inspired in invasive species and genres of music. See, that is cool. That is very cool. And still, I never had a chance to learn that. I think you could put the clown and actually not like because it's a clown. I mean, like, I probably could. You know what? I think I will actually. I saw this did once before, so like, you know what? I will actually take that. That's how Gen 7 ends. That is how Gen 7 ends. Not with a bang, but with a what the fuck are you? It's so sad, chat. It's so sad. Okay. Ooh. At least we did get some good Pokemon out of Gen 7 that I really like. Getting 3 really good bugs that I like. And even if I don't like recognize all the Pokemon, I at least have some thoughts on them. But nothing from Gen 7 actually like caught my attention. Look on the bright side, it's a reason to play them again one of these days. An opportunity even. That's true. That is absolutely true. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. The fact that I do have the opportunity to go back and play pretty much Gen 6 through 8 again, almost blind. Like, not really like blind, but with a kind of reset appreciation for what they could be and what they are, and also what they introduced. That is actually a really huge opportunity. I just need to figure out when or where I'm going to do it. Also, we have an hour left. An hour left. And now I get to go through Gen 8, which is going to be super fucking quick, considering that I skipped that gen. And we're going to end up going through whatever happened through pop cultural osmosis, right? So, like, right off the bat. Okay, how do we want to do this? How do we want to start this? Okay, so all 3 of the Galarian starters do have Gmax versions. Let's start with this. I love the base evolution designs for all 3 of these starters. We're going to start with that. Maybe it's partially about expectation, right? If a Pokemon starts on 2 legs, it's a lot easier to kind of like prepare yourself for something that's going to go onto 2 legs. If it's going to be on 2 legs later on, it should probably start on 2 legs. I think that's probably where I'm going to go. But also Benoist, like that it's a soccer bunny. I get it. Soccer's big in like most of the world, actually. I know it's called football. Everywhere else, it's still going to be soccer to me. I'm an American. Deal with it. We can just straight up put this this middle stage here, this middle stage here. Middle stage rabbit is fine. It's whatever. I can put the Gmax versions into neutral tier. I know what they're supposed to be. I'm not like huge on them, but it's whatever. And now we have like the actual evolutions. Inteleon. Inteleon's supposed to be like a spy. We have a soccer player. Then we just like have what? Punk Rock Monkey? I want to say it's Punk Rock Monkey. I just don't have the strong associations for either of them. So really, this is a kindness. I will absolutely pick Scorbunny when I get around to playing Sword. I know that Ribombee is like the most competitively viable of the 3 because it has that grass field. That's really going to be about it. Squavlet. Squavlet line. You are going to get the nepotism because that friend that liked Raichu, she also liked Squavlet. She loved the stupid derpy squirrels that are found in England that this is based off. So this gets the nepotism tier. Let's see. What else can I recognize? Corviknight. Okay. You get the nepotism tier because you remind me of Soroka. You remind me of Soroka's mascot, actually. The little chippity. And then the middle evolution can go in there. The Corviknight can also go in here. But with room that I am keeping an eye on this for when I play Sword and Shield, because I think I will like it. I think I will like getting to play with this giant ass iron bird. I'm gonna assume that's a G max, but like, the fuck. Actually, you know what? No, if I'm assuming that that's the G max, then I should just like put it into neutral. Corviknight was so cool. Then Tinkaton appeared. Right, right. Just introduce a whole ass Pokemon that preys on those fuckers. Oh god, these look like bugs. Bugs that I do not know. So, we're going to go ahead and speed through any of the Pokemon that I do not recognize, which are going to include these. I have never seen this fox. Never. Never, ever. I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this. Okay, I have seen Wooloo. Wooloo is adorable. I have seen Wooloo throughout the internet. Wooloo can go there, and I'm kind of ambivalent about its evolution. That bug is a nerd that transforms into a UFO. The fox is Guy Fawkes, like for real? This is why I might prioritize playing Sword and Shield first, so I can actually get to know a lot of these Pokemon that I don't know. This is... I should be familiar, but I just don't. This is a dog. I don't know about that. I don't know what this is. Like, this is a coal thing? Not what I'm familiar with. Alright, this is Apple Dragon. This is Apple Dragon. I am familiar with Apple Dragon, therefore, Apple Dragon can go into the do not like. Okay, it was one thing when it was ice cream. I do not like the design choice of making it look like an apple. That is horrifying to me. I don't want to reach into an apple basket and accidentally take a bite into an animal. Coal, then coal mine cart, then more coal. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, so we got like Snake Tornado, I guess. Yep, that is also going to go into there. This fucking thing. This fucking thing. I'm going to put this into the do not like territory because this fucking thing terrifies me. This pelican bird thing terrifies me. I think it works with like a fish or something, but also I have seen these fucking birds in real life swallow a pigeon whole. I have seen that happen and I do not like. Yeah, I don't know any of these ones. I do not know Punk Rock Lizard. I think I saw it like once or twice. It might have even made an appearance in Paldea, but I just like, eh. I do not like the Scorching Bug Fire Centipede. There, I said it. Like, I should like this because it's a bug and a fire type and it might even be okay, but I do not like it. It is a millipede. I do not like millipedes. There's a dragon called the Lindworm, which is that. A long-ass spaghetti dragon that lives inside a hill. Huh. Poltegeist. I know Poltegeist, I think. I am not impressed by Poltegeist. Let's go. This is... Actually, hold on. This is the... No, I can't even say that with any confidence. I recognize Grimmsnarl. If only because, like, I recognize it from competitive play. That's a Galarian Meowth evolution, I think. I think that's what it is. I'll put it up here. And then there's Surfetched. Which again, just try to... Oh, wait, hold on. Phalanx. I recognize Phalanx from a video. A video that someone made of these things marching through the city in a line, and then just like doing a bunch of things. And like apparently the Mega Phalanx is literally just all of them standing on top of each other like in One Piece, Thriller Bark. Love the Witch. Her G-Max is at the same time Rapunzel the Tower and the Witch, and she has Transflight colors. Yo. Okay. See, Galarian Galar has what I have heard. It's just like trans icon, and also trans icon. Snom. I'm gonna be real. I am not a Snom enjoyer. I think Frostmoth has a good design, but like, I don't like Snom. It's just those little bit of cheek, just those little nubbies that they have at the front of their face that makes me go, eh. Granted, it might also be an overhyped thing, but I just do not care for Snom's design. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this. The fuck is that? Fuck is that? That's like cream cake thing? Stonehenge? Cube penguin? Yeah, we're just gonna be like blitzing through most of the Galar. So, you know, Lasai. Okay, actually, I hate the fossils from Galar. These ones I do know, and I hate them. I hate them so fucking much. I hate that these are fossils that have been turned around and that they have been mixed and matched, right? That shouldn't work. That should not work, first of all. And I am just so upsetty. I am so upsetty about the fact that these Pokemon have been mismatched. The white one is dead Corsola, but even more dead. Jesus Christ. Okay. This one I recognize as the Bridge Dragon. But I don't have any strong feelings about Bridge Dragon. The fossils are because IRL British people actually did that because it was a race to see who would discover more fossils. I still hate it. I think that is a smart reference. I hate it. I hate it so much. Because I was one of those kids that was really into dinosaurs when I was young. So to see the dinosaurs mangled like that just makes me upsetty. I am going to put the Drapion line into kind of neutral. I recognize these. I think they made their way into Gen 9. But I never used them. Gen 9 was the I only want to play with my favorites generation. Kind of the same with the Doggos. I know Zacian is way overplayed in VGC. I don't care. I'm not really a VGC player. But I do get Sword Doggo. And that's kind of enough for me. I don't know what these mythicals are. I do recognize Urshifu, but also like I recognize you as a thing that shows up in VGC, and that's it. So you will get the approximate whatever tier. The Zigzagoon evolution is Gene Simmons from Kiss? Ah. Goddamn. Okay then. Laxation because a dog with a sword is funny. That is also true. There was a comic that I saw once where it was Zacian went and retrieved a sword and then brought back like a ton of different pop culture swords. That was pretty great. Top Food, the baby Urshifu, has a total of 1 card. Just one. 1 trading card. In the whole of forever. I'm going to put Regieleki. I do notice Regieleki. I don't know. I recognize this monkey, but not like in any meaningful capacity. I recognize the horse as a player in some, and I recognize this horse thing as a horse and rider, two for one Pokemon. You can buy the card and say I have the full Cub Fu collection. It's like 10 cents. Why is there a Stantler variant here? Oh, right. That has to be, this has to be Legends Arceus, right? Yeah, this has to be Legends Arceus. Just like the Cleavor. In theory, I like Cleavor. In theory, I like Cleavor. But I haven't played Legends Arceus. It's a Stantler evolution. Okay. And then this is Ursaline Blood Moon. Along with the Hisuian Bear. They're the bear, their evolutions. Right, yeah. So this is the standard evolution, and then there's the blood version. And then there's Hisuian Basculus. I don't like the Sneasler. I don't like the Sneasler. Every time I hear its name, I just like that's such a dumb name for a Sneasel evolution. Okay. We're almost through Legends Arceus. That's another game that I think I will actually really enjoy playing Legends Arceus. Getting to see the regional variants, getting to play a game more about like the catching the Pokemon than like the actual battles. I would, if you had not told me that this was the 4th of the Gen line, I would not have recognized it. Which means we only have 1 generation left. All right, we're in the home stretch, folks. We're in the home stretch. And what the fuck? What the fuck? Why are the fish all sushi? I recognize this, and I recognize the Dodonzo. But like, I don't have any strong feelings on them. I recognize these because, again, watching just Wolfie competitive videos. The ball fish is like oven size. There's 3 sushi fishes and then the mega. And then the mega? Okay, I'm gonna go back and like work on these one at a time. Hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay. Brigatito and Quaxel. Start with those. Those are good starter designs. Always good start. Always a good start. Take a duck and a cat. The gator is Fuecoco. I'm honestly not really huge on Fuecoco's design. I will still pick the fire starter no matter what. But I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. Alright. Then we work on, I kinda like that he's got the sombrero, but it's not enough to make me say it's like my favorite design. In 2022, please don't stand up. Sprigatito was one of the most popular hashtags in Japanese internet. No! Yep, and then we're just gonna go ahead and stick those middle evolutions right there. Samba Bird. Taking Spain. I do not like the Quaxel finisher line. I do not like that Sprigatito stands up. I do, however, love the Gator. I love the Gator. I think the Gator is like the best looking starter Final Evolution easy in Paldea. So there's that. Oinkologne? Lechonk. I like Lechonk. I think Lechonk is great. I remember all the memes starting about Lechonk. But I just don't care about the evolutions because it barely changes. It barely changes. They just continue to be slightly larger pigs, which is a choice. Okay, I'm gonna put this little guy in the whatever territory. Spidops though is a fantastic design. Spidops though, there was a guy that I was following who actually made a video talking all about Spy Ops. And he did that not because he loved Spy Ops, but because he wanted to make a point about, investigative journalism and looking into the interesting things that you can find when you really actually do your job. The final Fuecoco evolution is a Dia de los Muertos crocodile called Gaviel. They make sounds underwater. Here, the special nose they have turns into a fire ghost bird, which also transforms into a microphone for Skeletors to sing for the souls to go to the other side. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, you get it. You get it. I love Skeletor. Hold on, let me hydrate. Let me hydrate. Yeah, I love the motif drawings on Skeletor. And Dia de los Muertos is just one of my favorite things. Period. The idea of not mourning death but celebrating life is huge for me. Absolutely huge. Want to hate Spy Ops? Their anime episode is about how they take cats away for reasons they don't say, but we can notice. No, that's awful. Oh God, no, that is actually really fucking awful. No, I don't want. No, I don't want to. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Nope. Guys. Low kicks is peak right here. I never actually used it. I'm sad that I didn't, but he goes right here, and you know why. You know why low kicks goes all the way up there. Minami Kotoru! Kamen Rider Black! Exactly. And then we can just go ahead and put the little guy into the nepotism. He looks so sad. Not even sad, he just looks really nervous and Alright. We got the Paw Patrol here. Oh God. I am so glad that we are at the... Wait, no, this is the actually do not like. This needs to go up here. I was just kind of whatever about the Paw Patrol. Gen 9. I got a chance to learn these a bit more. But at the same time, it's I would know significantly less of these Pokemon if it wasn't for my wife and my husband. The reason I know Mousehold is because my wife really likes Mousehold. She named him Troy and Abed after the characters from the show Community. Mousehold. Sometimes they have 2 and sometimes they only have 1. It's very cute. Palmot can use their hands to bring friends from death like a defibrillator. Fido is actually kind of cute. And yet I'm still going to stick it into the do not like tier. Because I do not like it when Pokemon are food. I'm already not a fan of Pokemon, the whole, do people eat Pokemon type thing? But when it's just it's outright like that, I just can't. So we have the olive tree Pokemon here. That's fine. It's one thing if a Pokemon sprouts fruit. It's another when it's just a baked good. All right, this fucking thing. I am going to put this thing into the do not like tier, not because I think it's an awful design or anything like that. I'm gonna put this Knackle into the do not like tier because it's a fucking wall that I can never beat. The one time that I was really trying to try out Gen 9 format, this thing would wall me every fucking time. And yes, skill issue. Learn to build my team. No, I do not like having to play against that thing. Fuck that thing. Okay. I love the flame armor Pokemon. And if I was to play Scarlet and Violet all over again, I would absolutely try and find room for one of these on my team rather than just stuffing my team full of favorites. I think that this is Really fucking peak design. Where? Oh yeah, so many, so many. This one's got lyrics. I'm gonna skip past this one. Dark Echo in the anime is an evil guys team. He shoots salt at you and it's terrifying. Justified. Fucking justified. I think it's like what? Flame Rouge and Cerulioge? The Red Knight puts their armors together into a giant blaster cannon? Yeah! Yeah, I vaguely remember that. These guys, oh, they're so fucking cool. I definitely should have taken advantage of using them when I was doing a playthrough. And then they have like this little baby form that's gonna be in there for nepotism reasons. Like, I'm kind of whatever on it, but like, eh. Fine. The purple one teleports behind you and says nothing personal, kid. Okay. I am not big. I don't hate these designs, but they're definitely on that list of Pokemon that I just did not pay attention to. So we're just gonna go ahead and shove these. Wait, what? Oh, there you go. I actually lost my grip on the mouse here. I'm having to scroll so much. Now the Master Buff. The Master Buff gets to go into nepotism because of the Arvin line. Because of the Arvin story. The trainer of the purple one is basically Prince Zuko. Same character? Huh. You're talking about from the anime, right? That's what I'm guessing. What the fuck is this? This is weird. I should recognize this one, but I don't. I feel like this one's like a poison lemur. Okay, I like the ghost. I like the tumbleweed. The tumbleweed is cool. I did try the tumbleweed out and I liked it. So both of the tumbleweeds get, so the small tumbleweed gets added to the design tier, and then the large tumbleweed gets to be added to the squad. I tried some of the new Pokemon. I tried out like a couple of them. Bramblecast is so cute. The evolution looks like a jack-o'-lantern. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not huge on the Paldean Tentacool. Giant enemy crab is also whatever. I mostly remember this one as the enemy for one of the Arvin challenges, but that's it. Toad School. He's not that cool. This is a grass fire type that I'm also just kind of like ever about. Let's see. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I don't remember that. Psychic Bug. I don't recognize. I recognize Psychic Bug. I never bothered using Psychic Bug, so I don't know if I like Psychic Bug or not. The Mega Tie-In is another pepper. The tie is another pepper. The tie is God damn it. This thing evolves into a giant ostrich. How does that work? I actually don't know. And then both of the Tinkatons get thrown into the Nepo baby pile. Thanks to husband being there. We're just going to put those on the bottom. It's a baby bird. I mean, are baby ostriches that small? Or like, are they that round? I thought baby ostriches would like at least resemble what they're going to look like when they're big. Although I guess most birds just end up looking like balls of floof anyway. The fucking Paldean Diglets. The Wiglets, actually. Yeah, that's Wiglet. That's not Paldean Wiglet. That's just Wiglet. Nope, they're not that small IRL. That's what I thought. This is another one of those challenge Pokemon that, like, never bothered catching the normal size version of. Palafin. I have heard that Palafin can be quite good. I never used Palafin. I didn't ever really needed to, and this is another Guilty Ghost on it. Okay. It is in fact not on shuffle. That's why. Congratulations, 5 straight hours of not shuffle. Okay, that stork is awful. I love them, but it's awful. They enjoy throwing things near people to scare them, especially kids and babies. Awful, awful bird. Hate birds. All my homies say hate birds. God, I would probably like the engines more if they weren't just recycled over and over again for the star-based invasions. What are we doing here? What are we doing with our lives? Okay. Other lizard bike, though. Other lizard bike. This is actually great. I like this. I like this because, like, it kind of reminds me of the, like, it's a tie into Koraidon and Mirine, right? Giant worm. Giant worm. I'm being generous when I'm putting some of these into the I don't really have strong feelings tier. Trust me when I say that that is a generous assumption. Like this Glamora. I know what this Glamora is. I don't use the Glamora. Ghost Dog. I should like Ghost Dog, but I never got around to using Ghost Dog. Flamingo. And I'm just gonna end up shoving like most of Gen 9 in here too. This is so sad. Yeah, this is so sad. Can we get like 5 gifted subs? No. The Glacier has the color of Battle Hopper. Same bike of Kamen Rider Black. It's just like whale guys, I guess. A Psychic Barracuda is what I remember this one being. Just moving so fast. Clodsire. Okay, Clodsire's actually peak. Clodsire's peak. I have fond associations with Rika. Clodsire cool. Clodsire never made it to the main squad, but Clodsire cool. Evolution for a Girafarig is also whatever. Chaldean Primeape. There's the Tsuchinoko evolution. From what I understand, it made the Tsuchinoko actually the Dunsparce. Made the Dunsparce really fucking good in Little Cup. I don't care about the King Gambit. I like the Bisharp, but the King Gambit just feels weird. We're officially on the Paradox Mons now, by the way. And the sad thing is, I don't care about any of these Paradox Pokemon. I feel like I should, right? Like, Volcarona got 2 variants. It has Iron Moth and Slithering Wing. Magneton got one. Tyranitar got one. I should like some of these Paradox Mons at least, but like... I cried when the Annihilate episode because the monkeys beat each other to death. I had a cold when that happens. Aww. No, I don't care about Paradox Mons. Like, it's not that I hate them. I don't know what they add to the game. They're a little bit like those Ultra Beasts in that they came in at the exact very end of the game. There's definitely lore and stuff about them. I know that for sure, but it's like they're not connected to the Pokemon that they supposedly like are riffing off of. Like, these aren't prehistoric versions of these Pokemon. This isn't like Pokemon who, you know, would eventually become the Pokemon that we know and love today. I think that was established. And then the future Paradox Pokemon, those are literally just robot versions of Pokemon. Like, we have artificial Pokemon. That's not new or anything. But it's just weird in a way that I don't really fuck with, you know? They're Lost Belt versions. Okay, I would buy that as an explanation, actually. I would willfully take that as an explanation. And then it's like, okay. Gimme Cool is cool. I'm honestly just looking at the rest of these. I'm not really huge on like the Koraidon fans. Anything as disappointing as it is, I think I just fill out the rest of my tier listing with just literally sticking all of these into the neutral tier, because I kind of know what these are, right? Like, I'm familiar enough, but they just do not do anything. There's a reason why they're like that. I know there's a reason, but it's like the reason doesn't click. The reason does not fuck with my suspension of disbelief. The reason for these Pokemon existing, it just does not compute with what I understand Pokemon to be, and what and like generally what I want and look for in a Pokemon. You know, like the Ultra Beast came out, and it was like, oh, you know, they're from an alternate space dimension thing, and that's kind of like the same with Paradox Pokemon. And at some point, yeah, Pokemon was going to have to ask these questions. Pokemon was going to have to ask, like, what is a Pokemon? What counts as a Pokemon? At the same time, though, these are questions that I was not asking. I don't know who was asking these questions. Someone probably was, but like, Pokemon, nothing has made me question why I still want to play Pokemon more than Generation 9, right? I have fond memories of exactly 5 generations of Pokemon. And for the past 4 generations, I have been ambivalent. I have been feeling some kind of way about actually, hold on. This is matcha tea. This is literally food. I do not like this. And in fact, I recognize that apple. That is an apple. I'm going to put this down here as well. I do not like it when my Pokemon are food. It's one thing to joke about, you know, eating a Quaxel. It's another to just literally have a Pokemon be a food. I do not understand it. I do not like it. I have not played any of the DLC for Scarlet and Violet either. So, like, even though I know what Ogerpon and some of these others are, like, I've had no motivation to try and play them. And that is, I don't know. Pokemon is not a game that I associate with being a DLC game. No? It is not a, it is a game where everything that comes out on the cartridge. And even when they weren't doing that, right? When they were doing special contests and stuff to get Mew and Celebi, or Gen 1 and Gen 2 or whatever, like, those were mythical Pokemon that just do not exist because I'm never going to get them, so like, everything that I have is on the cartridge. And now you're giving me entire, like, DLC storylines through DLC? I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how I feel about Pokemon right now. I am going to participate in Gen 10. When Winds and Waves come out, I am going to try and interact with it on its own terms, right? Like, from the promo trailer, it looks good. It looks amazing, actually. The environment does. I'm hoping that they took some really good lessons here from all these gens, and that it all works out. I mean, the 3D version was a thing. Silver, Emerald, Platinum, those were all basically DLCs, but you have to play the whole game again. See, I never really thought of them as DLC though, because they're not. They are updated versions that mix together the Pokedex, and also they change the storyline a bit. In Emerald version, you got to see both Magma and Team Aqua, as it probably should have been in the first place. Wait, Silver? No. Silver was not DLC. That was Gold and Silver. Emerald, Platinum, and no, that was it actually. Crystal. Yeah, you're thinking of Crystal. I know you meant Crystal. Crystal, Emerald, and Platinum. Crystal also just like had some extra stuff, like it had girl avatar. I guess you could say the Suicune storyline was a little bit like DLC, but it still had a different Pokemon lineup. Like, I don't know. I guess they might they're comparable to DLC, but I never really thought of them as DLC. I don't know. I'm glad that I did manage to get every single Pokemon tier listed though, and just in time for us to ruminate and take a look at all of these Pokemon and think about exactly what this means, right? It really did feels like it really did peak at Gen 3 for me, huh? Gen 4 had some good stuff. Gen 5, it had stuff I liked. It was very explicitly like, I like Gen 5 because it gave me things that I like explicitly. Like Gen 5 was the start of really good bug type Pokemon coming out for the game. Most recent thing in the top tiers are the Alolan bugs. Maybe some Galarian too. Was there some Galarian? No. Alolan. Yeah. Alolan bugs and no, I don't think there is a lot of Galarian. Like, okay. So Vulpix is here very explicitly because I liked playing Alolan Vulpix in the in Pokemon Unite. But Pokemon Unite's come out with some other Pokemon, so if I ever went back to that, I would just play those other Pokemon probably. I don't know. Yeah, almost all of my favorites are from no more recent than Gen 7. Like Brambleghast got in here because I did try out some Brambleghast. Got some Dinosaur. I didn't even realize that this thing was from Gen 6. This T-Rex thing. I can't remember its name. I legit can't remember its name. Almost all my familiarity is from early time. And I wonder if Gen 5, with Pokemon changing, right? In Gen 5, I liked that they started a brand new Pokedex, but it wasn't enough of like different stuff. And also it started becoming much more story focused than before. Or at least like directly narrative. Because it had that whole thing about N. It went from just like, oh, you know, we have to stop the team to, oh, hey, N is going to directly start talking to you and then start musing things about Pokemon and the nature of having Pokemon and being a trainer and all that. I liked that storyline okay. I don't know what the fuck was going on in Gen 6. I know something about like Lysander wanting to use a giant mega laser thing to keep people from aging or whatever. Nothing about the champion being an actress who it was basically like a Genkai Toguro relationship. Something like that. I don't know what was going on, like legit. In Gen 7, it was a lot clearer. It was, but we were more like a side character in our own game. Gen 6 feels like it was chopped off. Yeah. Yeah, I did not feel anything playing Gen 6. I felt really empty playing Gen 6. And then Legends EA saw as many points from Gen 6. I mean, that would require me to remember what happened in Gen 6. In Gen 7, we got Lily's story. Lily, I liked Lily. I don't want her to be the protagonist of my Pokemon. I don't want her family drama being the focus of my Pokemon game. I want to be the protagonist of the Pokemon game. This is my Pokemon adventure. Stop that. Stop that. Get the fuck out. Let me go back to fighting like evil corporation. I don't know. That's like stopping me from getting into things. This is going to be an insane save. Successfully downloaded? I hope it was. No thanks. There we go. Okay. So... This is going to be a tricky one to export. I did not hear good things about Sword and Shield. Straight up did not. Paldea was fine though. I liked Paldea until I had to go through the story. Like we talked about how with Arven, I actually ended up liking that because it touched on the thing that I liked most about Pokemon, which is the Pokemon, right? It's about the relation between humans and Pokemon. But then as soon as like you get into Penny's story, which is about the friendship between her and her friends in Team Star, that's not about Pokemon. That's about people. I don't care about people. I'm here for Pokemon. And then you get into Nemona battling, and it's like, I'm not here to battle Pokemon. I'm here to play with Pokemon. And like, you can argue that, you know, battling is play for Pokemon. No, I don't care about that. I don't care about like being grand champion thing. I'm only doing this because I need to get into Area 0. If I had my way, I would just be collecting and observing and loving Pokemon. I would not be battling. No. In one of the Paldea DLCs, you are the Lily to someone who gets really mad about them not being the main character. Oh my god. Is that the kid that gets fucking pissed that the Ogerpon chooses you and that the turtle is going to choose you too? I remember seeing that when my husband was playing the DLC, and it is the funniest shit ever. This was great though. This is the kind of stream that I can only do during a special event. During a time where I am celebrating something, where I can get my wife to give me permission to do something a little more off the beaten path. That's something I like the new anime. The characters don't want to be a Pokemon master. They don't want to complete the Pokedex. They don't want to be the champion. They just do their own thing. That's actually really good. I want to see the Alolan anime, and I want to see the Paldea. I've heard some good things about that Paldea anime, and honestly, that might be part of what I need in order to find my groove with Pokemon again. Because I don't like feeling like one of those old boomers that only likes the older stuff that came out when we were, you know, really into this thing. I want to find things to love about new Pokemon. And I want to, even if I'm not like into it full time the way that I used to be, I want it to be something that I can celebrate. Can celebrate when there are new releases and there's new stuff to try, new sites to see, all that stuff. Really cute. You don't choose the Pokemon partners, they have to choose you. I always really liked that sentiment. It was part of why whenever I was doing Gacha and Fate Grand Order, I decided that I was not going to wail for any character in specific. I was just going to have my budget of free quartz, and I was going to roll, and whichever servers I rolled were the ones that chose me. And it was part of what made getting NP5 Jean Alter so special. All right, but I am fucking exhausted. Holy shit. Let me just check my downloads folder, see if I got this. See if I got this. Oh, let's see if we can figure out how to save this. This is way too fucking big. Holy shit. Add additional image here. Let's know that. Download. No preview image? And right now. Okay, there we go. Cancel. No thing. Tier list. It's saying it's tier list 6. Okay, so maybe I'm gonna go have some rest. There's a lot of things in the Pokemon channel for the checkout. Thank you so much for handing out, Sam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This definitely would have been a lot harder without someone with the old-fashioned Pokemontism. So thank you all. Thank you so much for handing out. I am. Oh boy, save file. Okay, save. Save it. Double check the download folder. Oh my god, it's fucking huge. That is fucking huge. Oh my god, this is gonna be a picture for ants. All right, let's go ahead and start rating now. If you're on the YouTube side of this, thank you all so much for handing out. I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. Oop. And then over on the Twitch side, we're gonna go ahead and